in general. It's in announcements.
We're on stream
No,
now.
that's fair. I was looking at event planning.
Okay.
Torp, Yugi, Red, B-Dud. That was Sin. Yeah, Sin, B-Dud,
That's in.
Nick,
Yeah, I just don't
Jakari,
want to say something wrong.
Vecchus, Ali, Bozo, Scotto, Tor, DN, and Player 28.
Mm-hmm.
Yippee.
Okay.
I love the diversity of the event, the events. 3 new gen, 3 old gen.
Mm-hmm. No, it worked out very well.
It's
Damn, I
also
am
a
an old gen runner
lot
at
of
this
the new
point.
game plus.
In all honesty, a lot of the New Game Plus categories are the ones that kind of got a lot of love recently.
Well, yeah, it's that's just how it's also shaped out for the relay. We got most.
Are
of the
we
MG
on
Plus
stream right
runners.
now?
Yes, we are on stream, and I think
okay.
the runners should probably move to the green room in just a second, and then in the next 8 minutes we will wait here until we get ready to start.
Right now, I'm watching stuff. Nice. I didn't realize that was one of the default statuses.
God, I gotta pick a team. You know, Team Gadgetron's gonna win. They always win.
Did you pick a
Except
team
for
in the
when they
Discord?
didn't. Killa did not.
I did not.
SMH.
I can't believe that Killa is turning against me like this.
Listen, I'll put this here. I've gone undefeated because I root for the homies and they always win. It doesn't matter what team they're on, my homies win.
To be fair, last year it was literally me and Killa, so whoever you rooted for, you won.
Exactly.
Also, okay, without spoiling the trivia question, didn't last year's relay end up coming like really close?
Yes, it did.
I don't remember the exact amount. Fuck.
I've heard it's potentially 1 second, 5 second, 10 seconds, or 15
Or
seconds.
15.
Many are saying this.
Listen, Yugi, I love Torp, but I'm gonna root for you because you're Australian and fellow Australians gotta stick together.
Wow.
Listen, country over friends.
Torb, you know what you should do? You should just turn your stream feed upside down so Icy can watch.
Alrighty.
There you go.
You're a nuisance. But yeah, I'll make sure next year I'll be competent enough to be on opposing teams
Not
for
even
one of
using
you.
the good thruster pack.
Where's Team GrumbleNet?
Everyone asks this every
Everyone always
year.
asks for GrumbleNet and Dread Zone, and then when we ask, "Hey, do you want to do this?"
No.
Say no. So,
I mean, a 4-way relay would be pretty goddamn confusing at some point.
And hard to manage.
Commentate. Oh, 100%.
Look, we have enough
realize
trouble
how many
managing two
runners-
people.
You know how many runners we would need at the same level?
4 for each game.
A big if true. Yeah.
4
We
for
would
each
need
game,
4
killer.
For every game. Are we talking about going mobile as well?
But anyways, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mobius. I am Icy, friend of Killer, friend of Torps. Hopefully trying to learn AGB for Todd.
Look, I'm holding you to it. Next year you'll be ready to.
It has to be Todd AGB. I'm not learning anything else.
Okay. Look, I'm holding you to it. We love having Todd in this event.
Okay.
We've had our fair share of Todd incidents. I mean, last year was a journey.
It definitely was.
Killer knows the best. how much of a journey it was. Maybe this year, now that we have
Always.
consistent ass, maybe it'll be less of a journey. But
It's not consistent ass, it's good ass, so it's gas.
it is gas.
Gas with 2 S's.
On the bright side, I see you don't have to worry as much as you did on GDQ.
No, I have experience commentating.
Oh yeah, you were in the GDQ commentary. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you know that's the warm up. This is the real event. You know, you go from a couple thousand viewers to our humble couple hundred, couple dozen here.
Yeah, but the people in this chat actually know what they're doing. People on GDQ,
Arguably.
we can commentate and be like, yeah, they do this because this. I'll have to explain things.
See, that's why it's the real event. You gotta step up.
I know.
I'm joking. Like, just have a good time.
Of course.
Everyone in chat should have a good time. It is.
All you gotta know is we blame everything on Sneap.
Yes, that too.
Oh, yeah.
All right, 3 minutes away. As everyone funnels in, I'll give my introductions at about 29 past, and then I will signal in the chat whenever.
So, question: when you needed to at me, did you just type at IC and found Supreme Executive Chairman Drink?
Yeah, no, I found that, and I'm like, surely that's you. And then I had to check your Discord tag, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's probably you. I'm just gonna give you this super exclusive relay role and hope Chairman Drink is the right guy.
Yeah, no, it's an inside joke with Torv because I used to always go on his channel and just be like, "Yo, hydrate," and he's like, "Damn, you're Supreme Executive Chairman Drinking," and it just stuck. So, what's the time delay between stream and the stream?
It'll be a few seconds. Like, don't worry about getting too accurate with it. Just
Obviously, if someone pauses before someone crashes, you'll know right away that someone has crashed, right?
Ultimate Supreme Chairman Drink.
Listen, there's only so far I can go before I'm copying Drake.
One does not simply copy track.
Plus, there's a Discord name limit.
Oh yeah, what's up? Never mind.
Nice.
I thought I saw a ghost.
We sent him to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
The Shadow Realm, the Green Room, the Green Realm. You don't want to be in the Green Realm.
Yeah, no, we just crop him out using green screen edits. We make it look like the Shadow Realm.
Minecraft, but you die if you touch green.
All I have to do is put in my status. Yeah, I probably could, Sleepy. What am I doing? I'm chairman drinking at the moment. You should probably do the intro. 30.
It's 4:30 a.m. Oh no.
It's time to start, but we are having one very minor difficulty.
It's time to duel.
It's time to do relay.
No. Torp stream. It broken.
Torp has vanished into a red cube. God bless them. All right.
Yo, let's go. I can see a mouse.
We are good. All right, we will start. Yeah, very, very soon.
Oh.
Oh, Discord.
We're good.
I'll say it's always fun to
Okay.
watch the stuff go on.
Now that all the technical difficulties seem to be under control, touch wood. Welcome to the 2024 Ratchet & Clank Relay. This is our annual relay. We have 6 games as usual, where Team Gadgetron and Team Megacorp, bitter rivals, will compete against each other. Team Megacorp took the Prelay event overwhelmingly, in no small part due to the actions of one runner, Nero, who got over 300 points. Kind of insane, but this is the main event. Gadgetron has a chance to even the score here. And momentarily we will start. Looks like both runners are ready on the load screen. We're starting with Tools of Destruction NG+, with Killer Lombax and Icy the Kitty on commentary. And if both of you are ready to go, then I will count down.
I'm ready.
Always
You ready, Killer? Always ready.
The
Right.
end is never the end.
Okay. We are going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Enjoy the commentary, enjoy the game.
Cool. All right, well, starting here on Todd NG+, everyone's favorite game. Gonna start off on a high note.
Gonna start with the loading screen.
The fun part with Todd, is that you immediately get to break the game. And we're gonna see both Torp and Yugi going through Kerwan. They did gentleman's agreement to, if they crashed on Kerwan, that they would reset, but it does not look like that happened to them, so we're at least going to be able to get off the first planet.
Immediately the speedrun strats start. With the Lightning Ravager, you're able to basically, if you wall jump off any wall, you're able to just spam the Lightning Ravager and get infinite height, not really momentum, but yeah, infinite height, and that allows both runners to just immediately skip to the end of the planet, which is coincidentally right ahead of the wall jump location at the start of the game.
I will say, it looks like Torp got a little bit of a lead on Yugi, because Yugi got unfortunately carred by the Gadgetron car at the start of Kerwan. So Gadgetron is already taking a loss in time due to their own vehicles.
And now on Torp's side, we can see that another movement tech is being used. The Razor Claws, similar to the Lightning Ravager, is a very important movement tech for Todd. It allows the runners to immediately climb basically any vertical surface that doesn't emit a slide. And it allows for just immeasurable horizontal speed.
So yeah, right now they're climbing to the top of this rock just so that they can Hellraiser into the gelatonium factory. Normally you're supposed to go talk to Smuggler and everything, get a gelinator. That's slow. All we have to do is activate the factory, and then Smuggler's like, you know what, you did this thing for me. Let me go ahead and let you hop on my ship, and I'll take you over to this planet.
Yep. Yeah, the trigger is turning this bolt crank to activate the gelatonium plant. The Smuggler is like, yeah, that's good enough. Hitchhike to Kortog.
Now, I'm just eyeballing this because I haven't actually timed it, but it looks like Torp might have probably a 15-second lead. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that's the timing between the bolt crank and everything. But yeah, Torp's already leaving the planet while Yuki is right behind. It might be closer to 10 seconds. High deposit. Geez, NG Plus, you have no time to talk between strats. So here, what they're doing is they're getting. I can't speak at all. Jesus. So what they do is they jump and during the black screen, go into a sliding state while the cutscene loads, and that allows Ratchet to be deposited up into the sky, which allows them to just Hellraiser over to the end. Taking out the rhino, blowing all the things up, you know, the easiest thing to do in a Ratchet game where you have a broken rhino. You just shoot it everywhere and hope everything dies.
I believe Fast Food is pretty similar to any other category, except we just have the movement options. Got to collect the 6 Lombax component parts. I think the only thing that changes is really the final one. Instead of using Clank, you clip through.
So that would be any percent. In NG Plus, they're actually going to be doing a swing shot storage here at the end, and using that to cancel the last bolt animation before going back to the ship. Now, I haven't seen either of them make a save yet. I don't know exactly when they're going to be doing this.
Yugi just made the save.
Yep. Yugi also had a really fast rail on the first gold bolt, so that was actually pretty nice. My favorite part about the NG Plus movement, at least on Fast Tune, is that you can actually chain everything together if you're coordinated enough. So yeah, you take this Hellraiser into the swing shot and then just go into the end. One of the best things about Todd is just being able to take one movement tech and move it into another. And for the most part, that's what we're going to be seeing a lot in NG Plus in this category.
GSS is a very weird strat to explain. Basically, the ability to slow down time messes with Clank's properties, and if you slide down and then back up a rock, you're able to just load up surfaces.
Yeah, if you haven't seen a Todd run before, you can fly.
Oh, Yugi missed the platform.
Yeah, Clank's not being very obedient today for Yugi. Hopefully he'll get it this next try.
There's the clip with the helicopter.
Yeah, so
or top side.
If you can't get all the way up the first time with the Clank glide, what you can do is you can land on the elevator next to the rail, and you can actually just use that to jump up before it starts heading down. So there's a nice little bit of safety if you end up not getting a full glide up.
And then there's top save finally.
Yep.
I noticed that Yugi makes his save a bit earlier, while Top makes his a bit later. That is.
I also gotta love the skin that Yugi is repping. Honestly, I just now noticed it.
Yeah, it's Zephyr.
Yeah.
I think Torp's currently trying to void out.
I don't know if that was Torb just getting a bad void out, or if that was Torb trying to moonwalk on the homies. Either way, it did lose Torb time. But yeah, now we're going into the first auto scroller, which now we don't really have to worry about anymore. There used to be a really bad auto scroller skip that we had to do, where we'd have to get a frame perfect pause in the middle of a load, and now we can just kind of stack autosaves during a load and force a Kerwan save, which is way better.
Yeah, we really like Metropolis.
Does lose a little bit of time to the frame perfect strat, but for marathon safety, it's way better to do the gas strat, as we're calling it. So yeah, and basic way to stack your autosaves here, as you saw in Yugi's stream, is we actually go into the vendor and buy a bunch of ammo. Each ammo purchase gives you a autosave. So you just stack all those up together, and then they cause your save on the load, which puts you on a Ker1 file as your default location.
Yeah. I believe that's the case probably because Metropolis is set to ID 0, and since it has nowhere to put you, sets you back to 0.
Does Tools of Destruction even have tools in it?
There are many tools
A
used for
couple.
destruction.
There's a couple. In NG Plus, there's one main tool that destructs.
So
Everything else is kind of movement.
We will be visiting Metropolis 2 more times for 2 more auto scrollers. Each time
Yeah,
we have to watch over a bus.
For a game that normally you don't see Kerwan that much, you see Kerwan 4 times in a run.
And each time we visit Kerwan, we have to watch out for the bus.
Yeah. So the nice thing about Kerwan, I say this in quotation marks, is that there are cars you can hit. There's a statue that blows up as you're floating above it, and that could cause you to crash. Kerwan is not a family-friendly planet, and will cause mayhem to multiple runners in the process. So, Mukau is one of the easy planets. They're just going to go to the arena, and they're going to go kill everything.
The main strat, we just find the wall that leads us to set objective, and we just lightning ravage into it. Or we Hella Razor. I think Yugi, did he drop the lightning ravager to try and do a...
Nah, so... he might have Razor Clawed. I was not looking. But yeah, they're doing both about the same strat right here. They're just keeping these enemy dispensers on screen so that you can basically force the enemy spawn in that location, and then you can kill them way quicker.
The dispensers only dispense enemies on the receptacles that are in the view of Ratchet at that point in time. And so holding R1 zooms you in, and you can then select it to only dispense like in 3 specific locations.
Now, we'll say, for New Game Plus specifically, we're coming up to probably one of the harder planets of the run, just due to the fact that it's a bit of a precise Hellraiser. These 2 runners shouldn't have any problem doing this, but as I say this, I'm probably enacting the commentator curse. So, first thing they're going to do is they're firing off their Rhino over to the right. That's to kill this Leviathan so that we can use his soul later in the run. We need to get at least 3 Leviathan souls throughout the run to get a gadget.
So what Torp and Yugi just did is a ship jump. I don't know what it's legally called, but Aphelion has properties where it bobs up and down, and if you use the helipack on any timing with Aphelion, you just start gaining momentum, and that allows you to combo that with lightning ravages, and it just allows you to go extremely far, extremely fast.
So we see on Torp's screen that Torp got it first try. Yugi actually dropped the Hellraiser due to lag. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to go up to and basically use... You about to drop that again. They use the Hellraiser to dip down below this invisible wall. And as you're high jumping, you're using that height to circle back around and basically climb up the wall they just went under. It's a bit tight, and really you only have a little bit of an area to work with. Torp got a cutscene on Ardolus here, so Yugi's going to have time to catch up here, and Yugi's going to take the lead with that. So yeah, with our Dolus, they're really just trying to do a very specific wall bounce to get over to the cutscene that enables the planet coordinates. And Torb just had a bit of bad luck getting that wall bounce. So now, unfortunately, we have a new lead
But it's immediately
sniped away from Torb.
But we immediately have to go back through and do another gas.
Yeah, I heard you guys liked Kerwan. You guys want to see more Kerwan?
The reason we skip auto scrolls is one, they're extremely slow. I think they're what, 6 minutes per, and then the last one's like what, 5
Roughly.
minutes?
No, so the last one I believe is like 7.5 to 8 minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's just they're not fun. They're pretty boring, especially for New Game Plus, where you don't really need to grab anything.
Yeah, so they actually used the save they made on Fast Dune multiple times to do this trick. So it's actually pretty easy going forward.
Yeah. I believe it's Fast Dune because the vendor is the closest out of the planets we currently have.
I will say there is a closer vendor on Kortog, but due to the fact that there is a cutscene at the beginning of Kortog, it's a little bit risky for the runners to be using a save there and blindly going to the vendor each time. I haven't tested it, but I feel like that has potential to be faster, but losing to the cutscene would definitely either ruin your gas or potentially just lose you more time. So it looks like Yugi paused. I'm not too sure what happened with Torp. I wasn't really paying attention. My guess is that they probably failed gas.
And that's just, this is a race, but, the camaraderie between runners is still there. When, all in all, this is just for fun, and respect to Gadgetron for being so nice and waiting.
Yeah, I'm hearing something about CapCut issues.
Ooh.
Love the Elgato. Torp's on a very old Elgato right now. I've seen the thing in person.
Has a beard.
It might as well have. So yeah, I wonder if Yugi's gonna do any tricks for us on Kerwan while we wait for Torp to come back. Never mind, Torp's back. And they're off. Let's hope that Yugi's Kerwan luck didn't get smushed due to them just waiting on Kerwan. But yeah, here we are at the start of the run, guys. Back on Kerwan.
There is an odd feeling of deja vu when we go back to Kerwan. And Yugi did say this in chat, but yeah, there is 7 Kerwans in this relay.
I love how 4 of them are in the same game.
Yeah, we love Kerwan in Todd. Every other category, don't love it. No one loves Kerwan as much as Todd.
All right. So here our runners are going to my favorite planet that I like to call Softlock 5. And NG Plus is actually not that bad. They are supposed to do a missile skip and Hellraiser over to the end. Looks like Yugi failed to get the missile skip, so that's going to give Torp the lead. Torp's just going to fly over here and get the end coordinates and then teleport back to the ship, where Yugi's going to have to go through the casual route and do some any percent strats here.
I love that you can just break that first door with a hyper strike.
Yeah, that's only an NG Plus exclusive. I think it's the box breaker that allows you to just break that door. So, in NG Plus, they opt to do it if they fail the missile skip instead of doing the better hyper strike proxy.
Sadly, in NG Plus, there is no need to do the famous Sargasso Dino grind. Probably the one thing Todd is known for the most.
Yeah, Todd's the marathon safe run of the categories. But you see Torp here killing 2 more dinosaurs. That should bring Torp up to 3 souls in total, which he'll use at the end of this planet to get the smuggler, to get the decryptor.
Yeah. Normally we're supposed to kill 3 dinos that are in the first area, but since we have all this movement options, we can just kill the ones that are fastest. So technically we're going to the end of the planet to get something from the start of the planet.
So it looks like Yugi opted to... I think Yugi might have missed a dino. So they're opting to get these 2 dinos in the main aisle. If I had to guess, I'd say the dino in the center aisle didn't cooperate properly. But it's a good job knowing where the dinosaurs are and using the backup. That's one good thing that can actually come out of having run Hundo. You have to know where each and every one of these dinosaurs are.
So
looks like Torp also was missing a soul.
Oh no. Maybe the middle dino did be a butt. But Torp finally got the 3rd soul, so he's buying the gadget that literally is only used once in the run.
So I guess that should explain why they both had to go and get another soul. Because one thing that's very specific about this game is when a dinosaur dies, he has to be on screen for that soul to spawn. And I don't think either of them waited for that middle dinosaur to truly die before the soul started latching onto them. So I think that was just a bit of impatience for both of our runners there.
Yeah. It's a shame that the dinosaur souls don't act like the crystals from Going Commando, where the moment you destroy them and get close enough, they just track you down. Oh, pardon me, sorry. They track you down like you've got...
Yeah, but just like Rack 2 and the Moonstones and the crystals, the souls do make a noise when they're coming towards you.
Yes.
They also make a noise when you decide to duplicate them.
It is a noise of all time. Warning, do not do Dino Grind at 2 a.m.
Especially if you're in a hotel with a bunch of other people.
Oh, that's a blast of a story. So anyway, Zoltan is a very fun boss because there are many fun ways to kill Zoltan. NG Plus just does the boring rhino, whereas any other category in Todd makes him fall in the lava.
Let's hope that Yugi actually gets some good RNG here. If Zorthan does the tornado attack first, Yugi can honestly just pull him into the mud and kill him instantly.
So it's a common thing with Todd, where enemies that come out of insta-kill areas, where Ratchet takes 3 times to die.
Yep, Yugi actually got good RNG here.
Oh, do we get to see it?
So Yugi got to show it off.
Yep, and yeah, that's what I was talking about. That plane, Ratchet gets 3 hits and then he dies immediately, but Zoltan just dies immediately.
So one thing I didn't bring up earlier that definitely should be brought up is when you're doing these tricks, when you're flying around the levels and everything, there's one major thing you have to worry about, and that is going to be lag, because the creators of Todd decided particle effects would be fun. Particle effects will be everywhere, and they cause a bit of lag.
Yeah. Especially when you're going so fast, rendering so many certain particles at a certain point in time. There can be like a half-second delay sometimes. Maybe even more.
Yeah, Kralee is one of the notorious planets that you just have so much on screen that you can even crash to killing Rogue right there at the end of the planet.
Inside Super Iris Computer, we got to do some fun zoney flying, GSS again. As we said, if we get on a certain platform, fall down, and then use the slowdown mode, we enter a weird state where we can just go up.
I am curious to see if both of our runners are going to be able to get this trick without abusing any zoning. That would be very nice. Looks like Torp didn't abuse any zoning today.
We support Zony rides.
So if you end up getting half the trick and not being able to glide up all the way to the top, there is a backup where you have to stand on top of a Zony's head. And I don't know why I decided to just call it.
Looks like Yugi has to.
I don't know if that was. I don't know if that was by accident or if that was by choice. That looked almost deliberate, like Yugi wanted to teach the Zoni a lesson. Maybe the Zoni and the Ace have given him too much flack recently.
I thought it'd be therapeutic for him to go to Ace since you've got to shove all the Zoni in the jar. So this is the one place where we have to use the decryptor, but if we were to use it as Ratchet, it would set us a safe flag next to the prison bus that we're about to free Talwyn from. Oh yeah, fun fact, Talwyn got captured.
Who's Talwyn?
I don't know.
I've not even heard of a Talwyn this whole run.
Neither do we. But she got captured, but being in a pirate costume allows us to ignore the save trigger, and if we die, we just perform the best prison break in all of history. And
for some reason that checkpoint only looks for Ratchet. So because we're a pirate and not Ratchet, we're able to just spawn at the beginning of the level, which is really nice. I think the best fun fact is that this is the only category you see this exact puzzle in. And any percent in Hundo and AGB, you get a different puzzle for an any percent playthrough, and then they change the puzzles in NG+. But because we skip Zordoom and Hundo, you actually don't see that puzzle at all, except for in an NG+ run.
And fellas, we just love Cur 1. And so we're going to do it again. This is the last ass of the run. Gas, sorry. This is the last gas of the run.
Let's see if Torp's capture card decides to behave this time.
Yep.
Hopefully with them being aware of it happening last time, that they'll just be able to maintain their lead.
Yep. While gas is going on, 300 points from that one runner during the prelay. That's insane. Back when it was either 22 or 23, I actually participated in some of the prelays, and I did the first gold bowl on PS4 and the hover boot race on Rift Apart, and I was really proud when I learned how to do the hover boot stuff, and it was just super satisfying.
Yeah, we'll actually get to see a lot of the hover boot stuff up in this next run here too. Yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how Rift Apart has become even more broken. Ooh, looks 100%. Like Torp almost got card there on Cur 1. Luckily it didn't explode.
Ooh, he like bumped his head on the bottom of the car.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, all the other runs are.
Looks like Yuki's good too. So
All these other
Clean
runs
curl
coming
one.
off. The runs coming after this one right here, all gonna be amazing. Respect to every runner that's a part of this relay. Shout out to the commentators that will be commentating each and every other run. Because yeah, the rat community is just extremely kind.
yeah, I'm actually happy that all of the Kerwans were pretty tame this run. The only one that really wasn't was the first one where Yugi had to stand on the Gadgetron car.
Yep.
And that only loses a couple seconds.
And yeah, no matter which team wins this relay, I wish every one of the runners the absolute best. I will be visiting America soon, and I will be meeting up with Torp and Killer, and I will probably just give them the biggest hug they've ever had, because these two people are just my best friends.
Yeah, this race is actually pretty close. Like, for both of these runners to be on the same planet still, like, even despite like there being issues and everything, I think they're still performing at their world record level. Even though like these runners probably won't be record, they're going to make it really close.
Yeah, it is close, and it's as Mobius said, Yuki missed missile skip, but he's still so close. It just shows the skill of both of the runners.
And I will say that was a great backup by Yugi there, dropping that third Hellraiser and deciding to just glide over to the swing shots. That was a great call to take that glide instead of taking the death, because that loses so much time.
Those split-second decisions is what makes speedrunning just so entertaining to watch, because anything can happen, but the process of thinking of how to back it up is just somewhat more appealing at some points in time. Sure, getting those world records are fantastic, but seeing a mess up and seeing how they back it up is also so outstanding to watch. It proves that all these runners are at the top of the game.
I'm so glad I didn't say anything, because now Torp has gotten through the Jacindu rail, and I think this might be one of the first relays that Torp hasn't gotten glitch missiled on Jacindu. So let's go ahead and give it up for Torp on that one. Good old RNG.
A good thing you didn't commentator curse it, and then Torp missed the teleporter.
Nice. Oh, the Yugi got hit by the missile instead. Okay. So
you had to say something. Don't wait till both
be
runners
fair,
finish.
in G+, it doesn't matter if you get hit by the missile. If it was at any percent run, it would have been a lot more cursed. All right, let's see if Torp actually gets this Oobleck bounce. Been having a little bit of trouble with it recently, but that was actually probably one of the cleanest bounces they could have gotten.
Oh yeah, clean, precise, fluid.
The situation is getting dire.
Here's
Straight
Captain,
to the boss.
Here's Captain Slag. Goodbye, Captain Slag.
Fine, but I'm not waiting around. We need to get that Dimensionator before Slag can cause any more trouble.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't think either of the runners can hear me, but it'd be really cool if we got a couple pirate salutes during this fight. Ooh. Okay, Yugi again going for a backup here, just because that bounce was not the best, so they were able to recognize it and abort ship, essentially. This bounce should be a little bit easier. One of the nice things with
Yugi, that's unfortunate.
So one thing that you can do there, if you get a bad angle, is you do have a little bit of time to basically razor climb up to the side of the ship, and you're able to save that. But that's just unfortunate that the game decided to slope abuse Yugi like that. Slopes in this game are unforgiving. You touch them and you're immediately down for the count. So yeah, there's Yugi
so
doing that backup with the Razor Claws there.
Repo missile skip do we do that in this run?
Theoretically, yes. I know Torp said that they hadn't gotten Reaper missile skip in a while. I honestly wonder if Yugi's going to be going for a Reaper missile skip, or if Yugi's also going to opt to do a more casual Reaper. I say casual, but they literally go from the beginning to the end.
They do this planet in reverse. Normally you're supposed to do an entire gauntlet fight and then play as Clank. Clank's boring. Clank gives us nothing in this level. So we just go backwards and do the Ratchet section entirely backwards.
Yeah, I will say Reaper missile skip does not save that much time in retrospect, but he would be catching up a little bit if he was able to pull it off. I will go ahead and explain that, I guess, just in case Yugi does opt to go for it. That was a bit of a weird death. I think the nerves are kind of getting to Yugi here. Just kind of charging through to the mapper there.
Oh.
But yeah, for Reaper missile skip, what the runners would do is there's a escape pod in the middle of the map, and they have to essentially charge once and then jump backwards blindly and get a slope state on the escape pod.
Oh, I didn't know that happened with on Torp's side. Once the flag was set, Torp just oofed and respawned back at the ship.
Yes. So yeah, on Reaper normal, you need to go to the end of the planet and essentially kill all the Kragmites, and then once the stalactites fall, that gives you the coordinates to go ahead and complete the level. We're going to see Torp here basically doing the same thing as always. The quickest way to get to the end of the level, kill the enemies that are guarding the coordinates, and heading to the last level.
Yeah, that's kind of, a thing with Ratchet games. Like, once you get the movement in New Game Plus, you just bullet straight line to the end of the planet, straight back to your ship.
So it hasn't been getting good angle here on Fastoon recently. So we can only hope to see that change here, give Megacorp a little bit more of a lead. Essentially what we're trying to do in this black screen is there's a swing shot you need to attach to during the Torp missile skip.
Oh no.
But yeah, during the black screen, you need to essentially attach to that swing shot, and because you're going at multiple different angles at the same time, whenever the cutscene loads, you stay at that same angle whenever you enter the level proper. So there's a chance that you can be facing upwards, there's a chance that you could be facing sideways, and maybe we're going to see a pirate proxy here. Is Torp going to do pirate proxy for the fans?
This is definitely the biggest chance Yugi has to catch up. Because Elas's only 30 seconds maximum, but hitting Fastoon missile skip. Hitting Fastoon missile skip is an incredible catch up.
Yeah, and Torp doesn't actually know the full proper backup. I've tried to tell them a couple different times like what they could do. At least they went to the end there. That is a proper way to back up this planet, so I'm not going to give them too much flack. But yeah, Torp's heading into Tachyon now, and kind of what Icy was saying, we have a lot of time save. If Yugi can get Fastoon missile skip, these runners are going to be a lot closer than what they were.
Yeah,
and Torp's actually about to kill Tachyon, so
Torp is at the
our
final
Rift Apart run is actually going to start relatively soon.
Yeah, as always, Rhino just shreds everything. Good luck to every runner coming forward. I hope it is as close as it will
That's
always
time
be.
for Torp.
That's time for Torp.
So yeah, now we're gonna see. I believe it was. Let me check because I am bad. We're gonna be seeing Sin now,
Sin and B-Dot with the
running
Bard.
away. Sin has a pretty sizable lead here, considering that Yugi also missed fast tune missile skip.
Ooh,
I don't know if
that
it was
is-
because he got a bad angle or if it was because he missed the swing shot.
I
But
think it might have been.
yeah,
a
they're
swing
going to
shot
be.
miss. Yeah. But now we are on to Rift Apart NG Plus. Thank you very much to you two, Killer and you. Sorry, Killer and IC. You two did an amazing job of commentary there. Thanks for keeping the vibes good for the first run, keeping the seat warm for everyone
Oh yeah,
else.
no problem.
Well, Mobius, I hope you keep the vibes going with Rift Apart.
Look, I'm trying my best. Yugi will be in here in just a minute after he's done with his run. It'll be an all Aussie commentary cast. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know, but it'll be something. Anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, we have probably a decent minute gap here already.
Yeah. You two can head out whenever you want. I'll introduce Rift Apart now.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest
Enjoy the rest of the marathon.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
As we see on Sin Stream, this is Rift Apart NG Plus. This is on the PS5 version of the game. And this is with a trick called Gadget Storage, which allows... It's a PS5 exclusive trick, which allows for Ratchet to have all of his gadgets immediately at the start of the run instead of waiting till later points to collect the hover boots and the Phantom Dash. Yeah, so hello Yugi, congrats on the run.
Thank you.
So normally in regular runs before gadget storage was found, you'd be doing all this on foot, but with the introduction of the hover boots, we are able to break the first few levels of the game in ways that are completely unintended, crossing a lot of gaps using a trick called wrench boosting, which you may have already seen Sin try out here. He'll be doing it here in a second, where he wrench boosts all the way from this great clock platform right to the end cutscene trigger, and also doing an infinite jump with photo mode abuse. Oh, just barely missed the trigger there. Wrench boosting and photo mode abuse are the bread and butter of Rift Apart. So if you enter the map and then exit while holding down the photo mode button on your D-pad quick select, it'll open the photo mode, but it'll keep the game running in some aspects, but not move your character. And that means that animations will end, and you are able to do unintended things after you exit out of photo mode. So in this case, it'd be infinite jumping, getting your extra jump back in the air and going across large gaps. Sin just barely.
Yeah, because with the infinite jump, you hyper strike, but you basically stop the hyper strike animation from finishing essentially and taking you downwards so that you can get another jump.
This also has other applications. We'll see them later on. Biggest ones probably on Torrent and Cordelion, where we do like boss phase skips and also exiting Magna ramps unintentionally and using the hover boots during them. You'll see here on Sin's side, he is just absolutely blazing through the terminal here. Rift Apart is a very intricately constructed game. You'll see him not going straight to the end, or the quote-unquote end of planets if you've played this game before, but instead just going to random points. This game is completely airtight. There are certain triggers you need to hit that beget other triggers later in the planet, and you need to hit all of these in order so that you can actually reach the end of the planet and reach coordinates for the next planet.
Yeah, it really is, like, there's basically no leniency. Like, other games, they might have some triggers where they're required, but here, basically, you basically have to do the whole game.
Yeah. Like, we used to think ACIT back in the day was restrictive, but, like, compare that to this. It's two completely
Yeah.
different games. ACIT looks like Rack 1 at
ACIT
this point.
I mean, how many planets do we skip in ACIT now? Like, a fair bit.
Yeah, like, if you count going to Krell for Plasma Striker as, like, skipping it, technically, like, we skipped, what,
Yeah.
four planets or so? Like, it's
I
pretty
mean,
unreal.
we skipped. Technically, you could count all the GC
Clank
sectors as
sections,
well.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's like 3 of those plus Krell, Tombly, Vipedia, like
Yeah,
yeah, it's like
there's a ton. Getting a little off track. That you just saw in Sin's stream, the Nefarious boss fight. Look, that's it. It's not very interesting. Boss fights in this game in NG Plus mostly boil down to 3 components. So you have your debuffs, you have your Rhino, and you have your Warmonger. Your debuffs are the Cold Front and the Topiary Sprinkler. Both of those, when applied to an enemy, give a certain damage debuff. The Rhino does the most damage and also does like a spread clear, but it takes a long time to fire off. And the Warmonger shot, or the Peacemaker shot, does a little less damage, but it fires off immediately, and you can fire a lot of them in a row, which is technically, it's really what people tend to use, just when clearing out the smaller enemies, because it's easier to switch from your debuffs to the Peacemaker than it is to switch to the Rhino. But
yeah,
you'll
because
see
the Rhino's got like a little bit of a delay, kind of, so you can't really switch as quickly between them.
Yeah.
Like
There's also other troubles with the Rhino, such as it not damaging certain enemies. We sort of figured out that
Yeah.
it might be because of the smaller portals that it produces when you upgrade it with Raritanium. But it still happens. Like, it's a very finicky weapon, and the Peacemaker is like, if it connects, it connects. It definitely does damage.
Yeah.
Righto. Nefarious City. Similar story, except instead of going up the elevator and seeing like the spread shot, Sin is going to do a very deceptively tricky wrench boost here. That is actually unsolid terrain, and he is going to hit a ramp to ramp up, stairs to ramp up his vertical velocity before hitting a trigger and going down to the bazaar. That is a common sort of movement combination. We get a lot of speed by wrench boosting, which is holding down L2 and then just hitting your wrench across a flat surface, which for some reason gives a lot of speed. The devs kept it in the game for us with that particular method. We're very thankful for them for that. That
shout out
is-
Insomniac.
Yeah, no, the communication they did, helping us like keep this run alive on later versions is really great, and they didn't compromise anything else in their game to appease us. They just said, hey, we're gonna let you know that we're making these changes. So it's very nice of them to do that.
Yeah, and they even added like additional features for speedrunning, like, you know, being able to turn off quick select pause and weapon upgrade slowdowns, which is very nice.
Yeah, no, it's great stuff, and even with the cutscene skip option they added to the quick select, D-pad quick select, that actually allowed us to do more things like cutscene warps, which we will see later on in the run. So really, it's like their unintended side effects are really beneficial to the run.
Yeah.
Beat out on the left, also doing the same thing. You'll see that we'll have to stop for a lot of combat sections in this run. Again, a lot of these are necessary triggers. Learning the combat sections is, in my opinion, one of the more interesting parts of this run. There are a lot of specific enemies you need to kill, like things to keep track of in order to complete things extremely quickly. And that is, you know, I would say, as much as the movement is important to this game, understanding your combat, understanding how to use the weapons is really essential. It feels like deadlocked in that department to me. We will see a really interesting elevator skip here on Sin's side. So he's gonna do this massive slowdown wrench boost, hit the back of a billboard, and then land on top of the Nefarious Daystar. And all he has to do is just hit the trigger at the top of the elevator, or like a checkpoint zone. Beta.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I'm guessing that must have been a crash.
That might have been a crash, yeah.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate. Yeah, this game, unfortunately, has a has a rare chance of crashing at particular points.
Yeah,
to the Full Vector
it's
run.
shout outs to that. The crashes were a big issue like on day one, but since then they've kind of not really been that much of an issue. But yeah, they are still, unfortunately, as you can see, they are still present sometimes.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because of the way and the place he crashed, he's also got to wait for the elevator here in the Phantom dialogue. Just an unfortunate turn of events there.
Yeah. Now we see him doing a swing fling. So by attaching to the swing shot, when you detach, you can get a sort of like fling out of that, and you can kind of chain those together to go higher and higher until you're out of the range of the swing shot, which you saw Beta there use that to get up to a another ledge and then do a wrench boost from there.
Mhm. This is stuff you only get to see on the PS5 version of the run. The PC version has quicker load times. Oh, B-Dog going for the backup here. Oh, that ledge. That was a very masterful backup right there. Two things went wrong.
So Sin is now on Sargasso, where we'll see Rivet, who's the other main character of this game. But she does just have all of the exact same movement and gameplay as Ratchet, so it's not particularly interesting from a gameplay perspective. But yeah, so now he'll be going into this pocket dimension. This is the only pocket dimension that's mandatory. Normally, the pocket dimensions are like places to get collectibles, armor. But this one is kind of like a tutorial for that. But all you need to do is get one line of dialogue and then leave. So what Sin did there was use the fact that the when you die, when you die in some ways, you can get put back to the last place you were standing. And so basically just does that to get sent back to the start and then just leaves the pocket dimension.
Yeah.
And finishes
Yeah,
that section.
Yeah. That takes him to the Spiel here. He is trying to get a fairly finicky trick. Well, this might be it. Where if you hold back and hover boots on the stick in a particular direction, you're able to boost off with incredible speed after a restart checkpoint. You see there that sails him right across the map, a lot quicker than the Speedle would. Unfortunately, might have lost a bit of time just trying to get it a lot. But you know, it's a tough trick. I don't blame him. Alright. Another combat section here. B-Dot will be breezing through the start here. He'll be most likely doing a lot of backwards wrench boosts. So we said that wrench boosts are done on flat surfaces, flat walls. You can also generate your own speed by wrenching backwards and forwards on the stick really rapidly with particular timing to just gain a lot of speed out of nowhere. B-Dot is like quite exceptional at them. He is definitely the best at just generating speed out of nowhere, and you know that's no surprise that he's a world record holder. But
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, B-Dog got a ton of speed there.
Something interesting to note about backwards wrench boosts is that they are like quite a bit faster on 30 FPS. It's the only thing that we know of that is actually better on a lower frame rate. Wrench boosts are actually better on a higher frame rate, not necessarily by that much, but they are. And yeah, for a brief time, it was thought that maybe 30 FPS might be faster. I actually have the 30 FPS world record, technically, because no one else has run it since then. But but yeah, it turns out it's not really faster.
And it's a slog to play as well. That's the big thing.
Yeah. Yeah, like going from 60 FPS to 30 FPS, it does not really look good. It feels very jittery, and it's just not really great to play.
Yeah. We'll see Sin here. Yep, doing the same thing. So the Seekapede disabling, normally you run into it with the Speedle, but it actually takes just regular damage. So if you shoot the Rhino up, the spread from that shot will disable the Seekapede and take you straight to the attack phase here. And you'll see him do a very similar thing with the second phase here.
Yeah, there were a few iterations of skipping the Seekapede section. First, like you would do an actual like proxy with the Speedle, but yeah, it turns out you can just get off the Speedle and just shoot, and then that does it pretty much.
Yeah. You see that, like, photo mode abuse, that is the main use of it, like, right, or one of the main uses of it. It'll just keep you frozen in place, it won't automatically latch you onto the Speedle. So once enough time has passed, you can just exit out of photo mode, you'll have your weapons, and you can just shoot the Rhino, and the spread will do all the work for you.
Now we can help out the Morts caught up in whatever that
This wrench boost here. Ooh, not quite getting enough speed. Good backup. Alright. First Clank section, and it skipped. All the puzzles in this run are skipped, just because there's an option for it. We don't need to do any more than we really need to.
I owe you a signal booster. And for that,
Will Sin be going? Sin will be going for the quit out strat here. This is a fairly complex thing to explain in a short amount of time. So what he's going to do is he's going to bring up the load save prompt, but he's also going to still have control over the menu behind it. So he's going to be controlling that, and then when he lets go, and yeah, so he's loaded a save and then or copied a save, and then also entered the game at the same time. Looks like he's just
yeah,
going to forego it in favor of just watching.
Yeah, I
the
don't think
cutscene.
he got it there.
quantum.
I know that is a particularly difficult trick. I don't know if it's like frame perfect or something, but there is something that
Come on.
you have to do with that. So that actually evens the
Yeah,
the race here quite a bit.
Vito's chosen not to go for it, which I think is a smart choice. Yeah, like there's a lot going on with the copying the save underneath and like holding particular buttons to make sure that you hit the load, like the overlay load prompt at the same time. You see Sin there did it seemingly appeared in front of Xerxes out of nowhere. That is a cutscene warp. When you hold a direction during an entry cutscene and then use the D-pad quick select cutscene skip, for some reason some cutscenes won't stick you in place. It'll just transfer all that momentum from holding the stick into the player character, Ratchet or Rivet, and both of them got it very perfectly, landing right in front of the door. If you hold it for too long, you will just go right away, like into the distance, and have to restart checkpoint.
Yeah, and on one level in particular, Visceron, you can get like a ridiculous amount of speed from the entry cutscene. It's like I think I calculated that you could go around the Earth in like a few like minutes or something with how much speed it is, because they actually have like an in-game marker which is in meters, so you can calculate that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's
Now
very
this is
funny
the arena, which
There's
is not particularly interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately, the arena in this game, this first arena in particular, like enemies just spawn out of portals. There's no gimmicks or tricks or all that. In other categories, such as all collectibles and 100%, there is a trick called arena stacking, where you overlay two arena challenges at the same time, and you can complete them in out of order, but still have the enemies preserved for when you start another challenge, just so you can consecutively stack challenges, defeat different enemies to complete challenges very, very quickly ahead of one another by doing multiple at the same time. Takes a lot of brain power, but it is one of the sort of cornerstones of the end game of all collectibles.
Yeah, not quite as good as Acid Arena stacking, where you can basically just finish any challenge you want, but it still saves quite a bit of time.
Very about at the same point right now. Sin will be completing this just a little bit sooner, and then we are on to the Francis fight. Cheers for that, FPNAS.
Okay, here's something. I before this arena, you might have seen there was a section where normally you're like trapped in a room and there's a door that locks you in for a few seconds, and you might have noticed that in this run, both runners just skipped that. They made it through the door without having to wait. And that was a trick that there was a $25 bounty on finding that, which I found and I got that. And I think that's probably one of the most overvalued bounties in all of speedrunning, because that is not worth $25.
I
mean, I took it, but like,
I completely forgot about that.
there's still. By the way, there was a $50 bounty on arena skip, which is like not twice as much as door
I
skip.
don't know. I mean, door skip's pretty big. That that's like 5 seconds. Arena skip's like 3 minutes. I mean it's equivalent. As you can see
I mean, to
there.
be fair, it was pretty hype when I found door skip. It was kind of big, but yeah, perhaps not that valuable.
We all knew it wasn't gonna be easy.
Look, we'll up the bounty on arena skip. I think 75 sounds fine.
Yeah, it's about 3 door skips.
Alrighty, both Sin and Beedard are done with the arena. Very quick Francis fight. Like there was nothing to talk about there. That is, that is essentially the layout for a lot of the big mini boss fights later in the run as well. We are going to Savali, where the end of the gadget storage part of the route ends, and we just sort of converge back on regular NG+. We'll be doing one more wrench boost over to the town, just for, just for fun.
Yeah.
Or Sin barely missing that. That is actually a very weird sort of ledge there. It isn't quite flat. Beedard here may have a chance to make up a few seconds. Sin waiting for there is a prompt in the bottom right that shows up a little hexagonal wrench icon. That is typically how you know that you've entered the next checkpoint, and when the runners will decide, okay, yeah, I can restart checkpoint here, just skip some dialogue or skip a door opening or whatever. So that's why you'll see them like enter the menu and restart at seemingly random times. It's just to skip to the very next part of gameplay instead of waiting for 90% of the cases.
Yeah, the restart, I mean all of the loads, but restarting checkpoint is very quick in this game, so really any time where it would be, a little faster to just go back to wherever that checkpoint is, you can just restart checkpoint, and that's pretty easy.
Yeah. Here they're going to 3 temples and turning on 3 consoles. We'll see Beedard enter Temple 1. Sin is going to do a little tricky wrench, hover boot bounce. Oh, didn't quite get the height. He's going to restart and try that again. This first one is very simple. It's just a combat section. Beedard's shooting the Rhino at optimal points up on top of the mountain mountain temple where the enemies are spawning from the top. He'll turn that off and then hit a checkpoint and restart checkpoint. Sin is gonna take the scenic route through the valley up to the second temple. Beedard also not getting the bounce, but he's gonna do some improv. Whoa!
That's okay. I guess that'll work.
Expert. That is an incredible backup right there. I'm not sure if he's practiced that. I think he did, knowing that the flat surface there in the little hut there was worth wrench boosting off, but that was great. And we are dead even.
Yeah.
to Forest Temple. This rocks. Forest Temple is a little more complex than the Badlands Temple when it comes to the combat. You have to kill things out of order. There is a potential you can soft lock if you kill this first ship too quickly. Luckily, both runners well versed in soft lock prevention here and should be just fine. See the tactics that both of them are doing there. Trying to time their Rhino shots so that whatever spawns out of it lands right on the ships in midair, and that saves a bit of time, especially when killing drop ships that spawn, like that one. And they're done. Now we are on to Mountain Ascension, one of the trickiest single sort of sequences in the run. The third temple, the mountain temple, is like a hover boot sort of training course. What we're going to see B-Dot do here is try and hit several triggers in order and hit several very tight bounces. Ooh, didn't quite get this first one. That's fine. He's going to do the first path normally. You'll see here that the rocks spawn, but their collision spawns, but their actual model does not spawn in time. The second trigger is right here at this second gate. He's going to turn around and do the second half of Mountain Ascension, where he tries to hit the top of the first gate and then another rock to bounce right up to the very top of the temple. Hits the trigger there. Ooh. That's good!
Yeah, okay. There we go. And Sin now is trying the same thing.
Yep. Ooh. Got
That's not...
a little worse. I think it is better here to just, you know, take the L
Yeah.
and do a few IJs. Again, this is expert level. This is a very... This is tests all your knowledge about hover boots. Alright, Sin is up there.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if we mentioned, but that's Glitch there. There's
We did.
puzzles with Glitch. Yeah, we skip all of them, so
Free the others. Oh no.
there you go.
A Zeta virus.
Same thing as the Clank sections, like they just let you skip it at any point, even in the 80% runs. So unfortunately we don't get to see them. Maybe there's a cool category out there, concept out there somewhere.
Well, there's Clank percent. That's...
There is Clank percent's pretty cool. Running around
Yeah.
Atheria City is Clank. But a little different to doing the actual puzzles. So you'll see here that B-Dod's doing a wrench boost up straight up to the walking hall here. Ooh, got the slowdown, unfortunate. That skips just a little scripted sequence where you go through a ton of portals and hit speed ramps. And then he has to kill the enemies here. This is actually one of the patches which has made the game a little slower. Normally we didn't need to turn this bolt crank, we could just go straight up to the top floor. Oh, sorry, he did need to kill the enemies to turn the bolt crank, I mean. But instead, we do need to kill them in later patches of the
Yeah,
game.
and that was patched presumably because that was just a mistake. Like, that was probably just something that you weren't supposed to do. But yeah, like 90% of the patches in this game are positive for speedrunning.
Yeah.
Like, there's like, this is negative, and there's also like the Spybot dialogue thing that I don't even really remember how that worked, but I know that was patched in some way.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah.
Even then, it's so minor because we end up finding a lot of workarounds to a lot of these things. Even arena stacking, as we mentioned earlier, was something that we managed to find a workaround very quickly even. B-Dot entering Blizzard. This has a mechanic where we switch between two worlds by hitting crystals. We see here that he's going to hit it multiple times, so we're able to walk during the sequence where we're normally supposed to be standing still. And then he's going to kill the enemies near the door here and hit the checkpoint on the other side of the door, even while he's off screen. And to a little quicker get out of this, he will... Okay, so he didn't need to do the graphic switch there. See if Sin gets this. Okay, there you go. So sometimes you're not able to restart checkpoint directly from the menu, but instead you can switch it at any time basically by switching your graphics settings from performance to performance RT or fidelity. Luckily, performance and performance RT are pretty much identical when it comes to the way the game runs. So we can switch between those at any time to get extra restart checkpoints when we're normally not able to.
Yeah, and fun fact, I did actually test whether performance RT and performance load, like whether they have different load times, and I think the only difference between those two was on quitting the game. Like, every other load was the same, but quitting the game is like a few frames different on between the two. So it's really not a very big difference.
Wow.
It is different between the performances and fidelity. Fidelity actually loads slower, I mean, because the graphics are better, but
a lot
yeah.
better, Oh, that is very unfortunate for B-Dod. So what he was trying to do is get to the bottom layer here while the cutscene was playing by a few range boosts. Unfortunately, if you get stuck in particular ledges, it'll do the warping thing where it takes you back to where you last touched ground. And according to the game, the last place B-Dod touched ground was all the way back up at the center facility. Luckily, he is still ahead and right on track to grab the 3 science bots. All you need to do is hit, you know, 1 trigger each and then go to the bot itself. We'll see here. That's bot 2. He restarts checkpoint. Ooh.
Okay, halfway there. Really want to know what's on those messages.
And there we go, another range boost right back to the scientist.
No. We should head back to the chief engineer.
And yeah, so this is just a scripted sequence where an enemy falls out of the roof, but you can actually just pause it as it's jumping. And, oh, okay, so Beta didn't get it there, but ideally you pause it as it's... Because these enemies are actually, when they're in the portal is actually a place, it's like down below the level. So if you can pause it in the jumping animation, then it'll essentially jump, like, off the, well, it won't exist anymore, basically,
Yeah.
is the idea.
Yeah, it'll jump off the platform that is below the stage and then die, which is very convenient in places like 90%. Luckily, the backups in NG Plus are pretty easy because those bosses will die in just a cold front and a warmonger.
Yeah, it's
Sin here
really
trying the same.
not a hassle to kill them
There
in
we go.
NG Plus, but
Sin got it.
yeah.
So you'll see the health bar just like completely vanishes into thin air, and that is because the boss is like hit a death plane or just isn't where it's supposed to be, so the failsafe is just that it dies. Sin waiting for some dialogue before he does this French boost. And then when he does that, he can go straight up to where B-Dot is at the tube. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think he...
Okay.
That can't be good.
He didn't get the
Okay, yeah, that's
checkpoint
not
at the
too
top,
bad.
but that is good thinking. Yeah, another part of learning this game is learning the recoveries for stuff like that. Like, if you're just a little bit too early, you won't get stuff like that sequence where the Clank section pops up. Moving to B-Dod's side, he's going to do a trick called Blizzard back to front. So, we did say that all triggers should be hit in sequence. This is true, except this drill here is sort of a free trigger. It'll activate the drill sequence, but it won't properly complete it until you hit all the triggers beforehand. What you can do is hit the drill, then go back, hit this trigger at the rail section, and then go back again to the drill. This saves time because there's a bunch of dialogue and an unskippable cutscene here. You'll see when B-Dog lands within range of the drill. Yeah, there. It was just outside the radius of it.
Yeah, and it is really strange that this works, because it shouldn't really work, but for some reason you can just do this out of order, and it's and that still works.
It is very strange. All I can sort of speculate about it is that we're not actually hitting another trigger until we can kill all the enemies in that phase. So instead we're just, you know, stacking dialogue while in between triggers, and since the game checks and thinks, oh yeah, everything's been hit in order, it just proceeds as normal. But it is very peculiar. You'll see on Sin's side that he didn't go for back to front. He instead went. He was trying to go for a trick called all for one skip colloquially, but he just ended up with the very normal rail skip.
Listen, do not turn on the drill. The rifts damaged it. The drill destroyed our Blizar.
What? We just turned it on.
Take cover! Lockdown engaged!
On to Torrent 4. I would say personally, this is one of the more complex planets in the entire run. There is a ton of difficulty here with the terrain, as you can see, but also there's plenty of potential with photo mode abuse and a lot of very tricky wrench boosts. So you'll see here that Vito's trying to hit one trigger and tried to avoid that rail but couldn't. That's okay because he's gonna hit the second trigger. He's gonna restart checkpoint and then try and hit the second trigger at the midpoint of the rail before going on to another wrench boost. Taking the rail is just a little bit slower than doing wrench boosts to try and skip around it. Unfortunately, he's really getting a bad break here with the rail lock-ons.
Nothing to catch us.
Feeling good about this one.
And this is one of the methods used to try and skip further along. So he's going to hit this swing shot from underneath, and that will trigger the sequence here. And then our favorite piece of trivia will happen in a second.
The bridge seems to be.
Bet it was a raid.
With this very strange bolt crank here.
These bandits.
So,
Pirates.
if you have the box breaker, for some reason, the speed of that crank changes. And also the speed of other cranks in the run changes.
Yeah. So the way that we found this was that crank. See, as you saw there, you probably didn't think that was that unusual. The crank went pretty quickly, but if you have the box breaker, it actually takes like quite a lot longer. Like it is
like double the speed
significantly
even.
longer. It might even be triple, honestly, and that's weird. And we wondered why that would be, and I thought maybe it's the box breaker. And of course, obviously, it wouldn't be the box breaker. That's silly, you know. Why would it be the box breaker? But it was the box breaker. It turns out.
Just for some reason, because we only saw it in NG Plus runs, which again we'd have a completed file. You'd have the box breaker. We're going to see on Beat Outside here another quick boss kill, just to detail it. Photo mode abuse. He's going to change all the filters. Very nice. That boss is actually like embedded in the ship. The ship keeps moving, the boss does not. And once we wait for long enough and exit photo mode, that's just gonna fall straight into the death plane and die immediately. It's really good. He's gonna do the exact same thing here with another boss. We're gonna see the greatest camera pan of all time in about 2 seconds. Look at that. That's a rock.
That's a pretty good rock, to be fair.
It really is.
You could even say it rocks.
Some could say. Oh no, that death is very unfortunate.
Yeah, and that actually brings the enemy back because now reloading this checkpoint normally you haven't done the getting rid of the enemy, so yeah, still have to fight it normally. Of course, it's NG plus; it doesn't really take too long, but still a bit annoying.
It's alright, because Sin got it, hopefully. Oh, that is another unfortunate death for B-Dod. This is the trickiness of Torren. The death planes are very close to you at all times, so you don't have much margin for error here. He's going to hit this ramp surface and bounce straight up to the crank here to turn on the fixer. Sin now closing the gap with a great Torren. He is capitalizing on his mistakes.
They are seconds apart now.
Ooh, B-Dog? B-Dog going for this. Nice. Both of them are going to go for rail exit here. So there are a ton of variations of strats you can do here to skip the rail, because being on the rail at normal speed is very slow. Wrench boosting, much quicker, but you do need to hit triggers that are along the rail path. As you can see there, B-Dog got a little bit of shake out of that wrench boost there, hitting the trigger. Ooh, didn't quite PMA at the right time. Sin gonna forego the PMA and go for the restart checkpoint technique. So you can see them both taking very particular paths around the caves, hitting a trigger here by the panels, and then hitting another one at this side of the loop, up in the second part of the cave. Nice. Peter getting it. Going to ride the rail backwards so you can hit the hurl shot from underneath. That is a really... Ooh, unfortunate death for Sin. But that is a very, very nice technique. Sin saying Lamau in chat. I'm sorry, man. And B-Dot is done with Torren. You go onto the longest planet in the run, Cordelion.
Let's get back to the ship, shall we?
Yes. Oh, I hope Ratchet had an easier time building a new Dimensionator.
So, are we gonna talk about you rescuing
Oh,
me back there?
B-Dot getting a great cutscene walk there.
Hope Ratchet's staying out of trouble. This? Madaro Station houses the Emperor's most secret research, including the only Rubion forge strong enough to build the Dimensionator.
Oh, it's our only shot.
Bit of downtime here. This elevator sequence, unfortunately, can't really skip it. There are things you can do in other categories, like the collectible categories, to collect things while this sequence is ongoing. AGB in particular has some really cool stuff about exiting the box around the elevator and then going down to the lower floor underneath the water and collecting the gold bolts. Beta doing something that's inappropriate for Twitch right now. FPNs, can we get him off the stream? Just disgraceful. Doing that in the relay.
Speaking of risk, if Kadaro Station
Ooh,
exists in this dimension,
that is a very unfortunate sequence
Yeah.
for Bedard. I can safely say I've never seen that mistake before, in particular.
The pump controls from somewhere high.
And once again, Sin is just seconds behind Bedard.
pleasure to meet you, Junkbot. This is Kit. We're trying to get into another dimension.
Ball Clock saying karma. You know, I do agree that is karma.
Is that access arm like some kind of key?
Be wary if anyone's telling you to send bits or money in chat. It may be a scam.
Yep.
Please pay attention to that.
Yeah,
There is no
when-
rack debt. This is a lie.
We are in a rack surplus right now. The
Yes.
economy is great. Please vote for my re-election in November. And as you will see in the very first pinned message in the general chat in the Discord, we do not allow transactions in the Discord or related entities to the Discord, such as the Ratchet Run stream. And Nick with the raid. You will see Nick very shortly, in about an hour and a bit, running Rack 1 NG, Rack 1 any percent.
Well, I guess this is goodbye then.
All right, now we get to the bit of the meat of Cordelion. That is the very scripted sequence there with the elevators. Killing a certain amount of enemies here opens up the next door, and then once we're able to go through that door, we can turn the bolt crank and into the other dimension again. We talked about Spybot dialogue skips. There was one that we did pre-patch that we can in fact replicate by going into a pocket dimension very briefly, as you see Beardod doing here. Junkbot waffles on a lot, but Ratchet talks during that pocket dimension and stops the waffling, allowing us to go straight to the glitch console.
For some reason, all these emergency routes.
Yeah, you to skip a piece of dialogue, you only really just need another piece of dialogue to play, and that'll cancel the first one. Which is pretty useful.
Yeah, unfortunately, don't really have many places we can do that, since dialogue tends to be nice to each other and play in order. Spybots were, again, the one thing that sort of overrode all of that. We still have uses for spy bots, as we'll see in later in the run.
The Rubion Forge has a clean bill of health now, so you can take over, Ratchet.
I knew you could do it, Glitch. Thank you.
Great work, Retsu. You are all
Oh, he talks so much.
How do we do that?
by finding the power source. Last I saw it was down the stairs and past the pressure door.
So now we get to the juice section of the run. Oh, Beat-On again. Beat-On's getting really unlucky with these pieces
Yeah.
of terrain.
This must be where
I think that's his third one this run.
But there is nothing here. Is Junkbot messing with us?
I don't know. If the power source really is missing, we could grab the one in the other dimension.
One thing about NG Plus is that we have infinite health and infinite ammo. So normally you would need to worry about juice here, but it doesn't do anything to you. So it's, you know, you can just stand there.
Beat-On might go for a quit game here, since he tends to do that around here in his runs. Although we did get a crash earlier, so maybe not. Okay, yes, he
Okay,
is.
yeah.
He's quitting game. So this, one of the weird side effects of doing the run like this, is that later on in the run there might be extremely long loads, or even crashes entering certain sections. It just makes the black screens longer. To prevent that from happening, it is quicker to quit game and enter back in, which seems to just flush out the memory, and make it safer for the rest of the run. We do this about the midpoint, so Cordelion is pretty much exactly the middle of the run, making it the safest point. Sin will probably do the same, maybe a bit later on.
Actually, when Sin was like streaming practice for this yesterday, he did say that he hadn't been quitting game and it had been fine for him. So I don't actually know if he'll go for that. I guess we'll see.
That's an interesting game changer then.
Mm.
Again, that is it's about 25 seconds or so, I think, or even less than that even.
I mean it's very quick on PS5. It's only like, it might even be like 15 seconds.
I think there is a. I'll check the com gold since it has it.
Yeah.
But again, that does pull Sin ahead. So those 15 seconds, 15 seconds on the com golds, that could make all the difference.
It could also make the difference if he ends up getting long black screens later, though. But
Yeah.
we'll see.
We should free him.
So this is just another combat section. Here, you only need to kill enough enemies to open the door, and then there's a checkpoint on the other side which you can go to, and then you can just restart checkpoint there, and that'll skip the remaining enemies in the fight.
Yeah, you'll see these two mini bosses. Don't need to kill them. This is good for casual playthroughs. If you're doing like Renegade Legend, just skip them. You heard that here first. So B-Dot ended up getting a bit of a quicker combat section there. Got the quicker enemy kills. So he's gonna end up ahead again.
Thanks, and will do.
No way! Wait, we?
I knew you could.
And yeah, we are an hour and 27 minutes in, and we are neck and neck here. Which maybe we'll see another repeat of last year's prelay. Although to be fair, that was a pretty difficult moment to replicate.
Yeah, and unfortunately Sin, the wrench just went straight through the crystal twice. He got a very bad draw there.
I don't know, just be friendly and open.
You know, Bolt Clock, we're here to educate, you know? Oh!
Oh wow, that's
Karma bites again! Wow!
okay. Sin is in the ship now. That was
Put on rivets, Ed.
that was pretty unfortunate.
That was just a very unlucky sequence. B-Dot here on the Nefarious fight. He's very standard fight.
This is the second Nefarious fight of the run. It will not be the last one.
Very true.
And yeah, the gimmick here is that, you know, he takes you through a bunch of different planets. This is Blizzar from before. After that, he goes to Sargasso. But yeah, the fight is pretty simple. You just shoot him, and then he dies.
Yeah. Can't go too quick here. Can't do too much damage to him before the Gruntcore spawns. Otherwise, you can soft lock a bit. Luckily, a restart checkpoint here tends to make it pretty consistent to just keep firing as much as possible. And then you'll take him down to 25% HP, and he should take you straight back to Cirques. Rhino can push him below the arena as well. Speaking of going below the arena, it's not good for this Nefarious, but there may be another Nefarious fight where we see some strange below arena opportunities.
So this one, that's it. I'm gonna send you into the heart of a supernova.
Sin ending up pretty good out of that Nefarious fight. I think he might have saved a second or two there.
Wait. If we are going to face the Emperor, we should gather as many resources as we can. You're right. The Emperor
So here we have Sargasso 2, although Sargasso 3, I guess, if you count the one in Todd. And yeah, here the Nefarious is not the Nefarious we just saw, but the other Nefarious. There's another Nefarious, by the way. His forces are in invading the planet, and you're defending the planet from him, and that's pretty much what the level is, really.
Yeah. Very simple concept. This wrench boost here that B-Dog does, gonna navigate through a few triggers here and get to another combat section. Really just... This is a very stop and start planet. Kill a few enemies, get another sequence of movement. Same thing here. If B-Dog... Yeah, B-Dog gets a pretty decent speed chain.
Hello. That's Maynard, the Mortis helper bot. He'll lead us to the Seek, getting closer to the Seeker piece.
We are coming up on the second Clank section here.
Really, it's a kit section.
That is true.
So,
Sending more troopers through those rifts.
and also like Ratchet and Rivet, Kit and Clank are the exact same thing. So, no big difference. Yeah, Rude Beetle correcting us. We're very sorry. We're very sorry. Shoutouts to Kit. And you'll see there that Beetle just sort of just went in the distance and hit a trigger out of nowhere. That trigger to respawn at the top of the ship here, massive for some reason. One of the most unnecessarily huge triggers. He's also going to PMA here so that Trudy, the whatever species Trudy is, just sort of drops beside him instead of spawning a bit further off the ship.
And so now we have to destroy these 4 ships, but after you destroy the first one, they put up shields, and so you have to wait through this dialogue section before you get bombs to destroy them. And that's the section.
That is the section. It's just a very simple sort of throwing bombs. Controlling Trudy, not the easiest thing in the world. Especially trying to get it to pivot like really sharply. You'll see here that B-Dot sort of like curves downwards in a spiral to try and get the bombs. But this is a very suitable route here to just kill all 3 of them very quickly. Once this is done, we are going to go to Ardolus. Ardolus 2.
Yes.
Shields? It just couldn't be easy.
This one might be a bit longer than the last Ardolus.
A little bit.
To any weapon we have. I do not know how we will get past them.
Let's hope Gadgetron hasn't rigged the wrench boosts here in their favor. Whoa.
That was an interesting proxy there.
That was very precise. Hit the top of the lamppost there.
Had to try and rig that lamppost. Well, I guess Megacorp would have rigged that one.
Yeah, we did rig that one. You know, remember, if you pay that 100 bits for the rack debt, FNAS will do anything for your team. There is no low that FNAS will not scoop.
That is true.
Hope Ratchet's staying out of trouble.
Or, yeah, BDOT going for the back range boost here. So, there is a whole interior section of combat and all that. But it turns out there's no necessary triggers in there. It's just the front door and then the back door are the two triggers for this section. So all you gotta do is just land over here and then just jump straight over to Pierre. Now, as much as we'd want Pierre to die, which you can make him do, you can freeze him and... Oh no. Okay. BDOT maybe not trying to kill Pierre this run. But unfortunately we do have to protect him, keep him alive, so we can progress the next part of our dollars. This combat section here is very simple though, it's just firing a lot of rhinos since ships spawn in the distance and then the spread clears them out. Oh yeah, also very rare appearance of the share menu, which also has some strange effects, including muting dialogue or progressing dialogue in different ways.
Beto getting eaten by the fish there.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Should have done fish skip.
Ratchet Runner, wherever you are, my Turkmen friend, you would be very disappointed. Vita not quite getting the chain he wants, but he is heading into the shanties.
What about you?
I think you are better equipped to explain this
Yeah.
one.
So now, BDUD is going to be muting specifically the green pirate, because the green pirate has the most dialogue, and so by weirdly for only the pirates, normally when you mute an enemy, it'll usually just soft lock, but for the pirates here, you can actually bring up the share menu while they're talking. And then playing a spy bot, they will talk, but their dialogue will end instantly, which means whenever the pirate goes to speak, he'll just like move slightly and then stop, and then that just replaces all of his dialogue, which is very useful. It saves a decent amount of time.
Yeah, probably a bit over 30 seconds even.
Shouts to Holidays Yugi.
Holidays Yugi, undefeated, the GOAT. You see here B-Dod trying to expertly navigate out of bounds and hit a really frustrating trigger to hit that seems to stretch all the way down to the water plane, just beneath that door. But restarting checkpoint there skips the elevator and allows you to go into this next section. He is going to go completely underneath the stage by just going through this little out-of-bounds piece here, and then kill the enemies from underneath and sit at the bolt crank that you're normally meant to turn at the very end of the sequence. You don't need to kill every single enemy, however. You just need to hit one necessary trigger for the first section, and then you can turn the bolt crank and end the sequence a little bit quicker. So you'll see here, he's turning it from underneath the water. And as the island that the bolt crank is normally on comes up, he finishes it. He's able to restart checkpoint and proceed like nothing has happened. Also, you cannot avoid that little piece of armor that he got if you restart checkpoint, which is unfortunate.
So now B-Dad has gotten to the auto-scroller part of this level, where for the next like 3 minutes, we just have to be on this ship,
Yeah.
and there's not really anything you can do. I mean, you can do some proxies, but nothing you can do to speed this up.
Yeah. Shoutouts to the Rat and his pointless swag videos, which a couple of those have some expertly done tricks, including on this ship here. Because that's pretty much all you can do. You can just sort of bounce around, shoot some rhino shots. Both of them going to take it safe because why wouldn't you really? It's not worth risking in a relay.
I mean, I will award one prelay point. I guess it's a post lay now, but one prelay point to anyone who does a proxy during this section. So I feel like that's a pretty good incentive.
Oop.
Oh,
He
hold
does
on.
heard ya.
Oh, there we go. There we go. One prelay point to Gadgetron. That brings the gap to 300 points. So I think that was worth it.
Yeah, exactly 300 now. You know, I think. See, B-Dot's repping his team. Sin, unfortunately,
Yeah.
just doesn't care. Throwing his wrench.
Sin hates his fans.
That sounds ominous.
So they're about 15-20 seconds apart right now. Again, like, frighteningly close. They haven't really changed the margin. Like, Gadgetron's caught up, but the margin between the two teams is really just consistently staying around 30 seconds.
Yeah, really has not. I don't think it's gone like above a minute really at any point in this run since maybe the beginning. Now here we will see a proxy that is actually useful. We're going to do what B-Dot has just demonstrated for us. This will now take us over to this ship, and that skips having to take a swing shot up there.
You do have to land on the right side of the ship there, coming towards it. Otherwise, you won't hit one sort of small necessary trigger that you'd normally get taking it casually. That one's tripped people up in the past. Sin here, gonna do the same thing, kill the enemies, and then do one proxy all the way up. B-Dot showing off for the fans. Again, if you pick up this game, you can pick it up on PC. We have a load remover in their own subcategory on the leaderboards. You too can bounce around with a wrench boost. It's definitely one of the most engaging mechanics in all of rack speedrunning. A lot of scalability you can do with it. Go extremely fast, extremely precise.
So coming up to the end of the planet here, just gotta kill these final two enemies and then ring a bell, and then that's the end of the level.
Yeah, you can see B-Dot was pre-damaging by shooting the Rhino all the way over to the other side. And if you kept firing, then you get them down to basically one Rhino shot each. And then as soon as you're over there, you can just kill them and turn the crank immediately. Now that I think about it, do you need to take the whole shot there? I wonder if there's a wrench boost that takes you over to the other side. Much to think about.
It is. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. B-Dot will be going to Savali 2. Unlike before, which is a bit more open world, this is switching sequences between Ratchet and Rivet. B-Dot's gonna die. Rip B-Dot. And he's going to kill these enemies and progress as quickly as possible, straight into the end trigger. Well, the trigger into the portal.
A map. No way. It must
And this is really another auto-scroller sort of section. You've just got to wait for the this platform to go all the way up the ship. And there's a few enemies, but you know, enemies aren't really much of a problem.
No.
So you're really just waiting here.
The only thing you need to be conscious of is if you kill these like little guys too quickly, you can potentially soft-lock the elevator ride. So that's why you see Beta waiting there until... Yo, Jack!
Well,
What
no
are
way.
you doing in... Wrong relay, buddy. Sorry, I gotta go call Ra. He's gotta go pick up his man.
That rift will take us inside. Come on. The Emperor must have
And same story. Yo, Sly! Oh my god.
What is going on here?
Assets on the upper level. Let's hope
Again,
Yeah,
sorry.
you're in relay.
Like, invitations must have gotten mixed up. We are not Jack runs. We are not Sly runs. We are Ratchet runs. Anyone you see here, not meant to be here. They'll be redirected elsewhere.
I warned you overusing that Dimensionator would cause problems.
It's in about one elevator behind Beta right now.
This is a flourish to mark the occasion.
We are coming up in a little bit on one of the equalizer tricks of the run I'd call Catacomb Skip, which is another very movement intensive section. Nick's saying he's been practicing his hovers all week. I'm sorry, man. I know you're playing Rack 1. This is not the Jack 2 segment. You know, I'm sorry. Must have gotten mixed up.
Well, I mean, if you just add some dust to those hovers, then they'll be good to go.
True. You know, we will be giving 300 prelay points to anyone who hits the Battalia dust hover.
I was just gonna take it for a quick joyride.
No, don't say that. Killj in chat, very concerned as the maker of the dust hover route. Or the most recent dust hover route.
In the catacombs, you can get down there by activating the excavation towers.
You can activate them via nearby.
Alright,
pressure
on to Catacomb Skip. You could just see there that both of them are just sitting on these little pressure plates here. Minecraft pressure plates.
think it's turning on. Let's find another.
So normally there is a speedle sequence here with a lot of portals going all through the catacombs, but you can avoid the invisible walls and most of the section by going all the way up to the very top of this cave, and then doing a wrench boost and navigating through the entire thing, hopefully getting all the way to the end where the final portal to the Undead Grunthor is. Beat out here taking the second wrench boost. You can make it there in one, but again, one of the more difficult tricks in the run. He's going to take... Yeah, that is considerably good Catacomb Skip for a
Yeah.
backup.
Guess we have to go down.
Sin has a chance here to make up 10 to 15 if he gets an absolutely flawless skip.
It is. This place is huge. If you can get us there, I will be able to get inside and find that map.
Catacomb 4 skip. Speaking of which, I wonder what game's next. Wait, no, that's I
also
wonder what
wonder
game
what
is
game's
in
next.
in 2 games. Well, next game will skip Catacomb 4.
That's true. I don't think. I think it'd be unlikely to see Catacomb 4 in the next game.
If we do, something's really gone wrong. Emerald Melon. Sin, unfortunately not getting a great break here, but he did get that great range boost straight into the fight.
Hey, it's the monks. We found the rift to their dimension and can't
Now coming up to Visceron 2.
It's a real Todd-centric run, isn't it? Todd and Ali back to back. Oh, that was nice from B-Dog.
Yeah, that was very good.
Oh, unfortunate ledge grab there. So, Visceron, very start of this is, you know, real trigger hell. Have to hit certain triggers in certain places, but go straight through the vents.
Gotta go. Stay safe, guys.
Ratchet, Clank, we're planet side. Find the map yet?
I will retrieve the map as quickly as I
Yeah,
can.
I'm seeing masterful BWBs from B-Dot here. Oh! That's swag. That's brilliant. The trigger is on the left side door, but you can make it through the center door if you are just quick enough. Didn't quite get the like immense speed needed to hit this trigger on the other side of the door and go back. Again, like a lot of the triggers are very unwieldy and out of the way, but it is quicker to just traverse through them instead of taking normal combat sections to unlock doors.
Processing center should be just up ahead.
Yeah.
Processing center has to be where Ratchet and Clank are being held.
So now we see Sin doing the same thing. And V-Dud's in a bit of a, well, in a scripted sequence, taking the swing shot. So now the next part of the level is all about following Ratchet and Kit's cell around Visceron.
Yeah, there's a little bit of waiting in this section here. But the main thing about it is just killing all the enemies in time for the cell to traverse quick enough. There'll be a cutscene here. Now, what is this trick called?
It's hard to say.
There's many, you know, conflicting.
There's many
scholarly
hypotheses.
opinions. What would you call it?
I mean, well, it's pretty big, and it's a jump. So I'm thinking along the lines of that, but I don't know. That's just a work in progress.
I think so. And can you remember who found it?
I think that's been lost to the sands of time.
I guess so. We'll never know. Vita there doing a nifty sequence there where he goes all the way around the prison area and ends up on the other side. It turns out that side there has just a little bit of unloaded collision where you can go underneath the door and hit the next trigger without having to wait for one of the thugs to break one of the electrical things to break down one of the red doors. Rubeetle says it's big Rubeetle jump, and you know, I'm inclined to agree.
I think
Sin here.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, Sin just hit big Rubeetle jump.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Should also mention that if you miss that jump, you may need to IJ over the Visceron water. For some reason, doing that has a potential to crash.
Yeah, apparently it's like for some people it crashes more often. I've never crashed there, and I do like a million IJs there. But yeah, like I don't know. It's for some people it's a problem.
I did it in the GDQ run, and people were freaking out at me, and I was like, oh yeah, I completely forgot because I'd never crashed on that.
Now this, for any trivia fans, this is the one section you can't beat without the hover boots. Because it's timed and you just need the hover boots to be able to go that fast. I've never been able to finish this section without the hover boots. So yeah.
Rest of the run, you have IJs, you have a lot of movement techniques at your disposal, but it's just because this is timed, and it resets in 20-second intervals, it doesn't stack, so... yeah. The spiral ramp here, one of the final bosses of Rift Apart, getting good range boosts off that.
Really? Because you...
Rivet. Warning. Rise in progress. Fuel gas protocol activated.
So this is one of the more complex fight sequences. Just learning it, learning which enemies and how many you need to kill to spawn the next ones from portals and dropships. There's time to save here. A lot of new runners can find a lot of time save here. B-Dot obviously studied these to a T, is shooting his Rhino and putting topiaries out so that they can hit as many enemies as possible. You can see there the dropships will spawn. There'll be sniper bots that spawn in the distance, the big circular boys.
Tether onto that rift.
Sin a bit under a minute behind, I think.
Shot onto that evacuation platform.
Just entering the sequence as B-Dot enters the 2 Royal Guard ships.
Yeah, overall, a pretty good run from both runners. B-Dud's managed to gain back the ground from for Gadgetron, but you know, Sin's still keeping it like pretty close,
Yeah,
going into the 2-hour mark here.
yeah, we've got about 5 minutes left in the run.
Will this be the mythical sub 2 Todd plus RA NG plus relay?
It's very possible both of these runners might just reach it. B-Dot's more likely. And it seems like Sin's made the correct choice in not restarting the game, because these black screens seem to be fairly normal. So
Yeah, and I mean here we'll see like the final black screens of the run really coming up here. So he hasn't had any issues with them so far. So it looks like I don't know. I guess you just don't need to do that for.
yeah,
Or, I mean, I know people said that it was because of like if you went faster, it was more of an issue. But this, yeah, I mean this.
both of them have been pretty on the ball, I would say. Like,
Yeah.
But this is going to end up being what about a 120 run for each of them.
Yeah.
You know, that was about the time we were at when we realized the black screen issues were occurring. So anyway, the start of Megalopolis 2 for B-Dot, very routine. Kill all the enemies, all that. This kind of unnecessary Trudy section where you don't do anything is next, and then we'll go on to the first phase of the power suit fight, where we have to destroy his power suit hand. This is probably the most variation in a single fight. There is a little bit of RNG involved in which components appear first. Not for the first phase, but for the second phase.
This is the third and final nefarious fight of this game. There will be another nefarious fight in the relay, but
There'll be another two nefarious. No, yeah, another 2 nefarious fights.
that is true. Yeah. Okay. So we'll be over halfway with the nefarious fights after this.
Damn, if only we had
It could have been a
Ace.
sixth. Yeah.
What's your move, Nefarious?
Alright, say about a bit over 2 minutes left on B-Dot's side. That is extremely... I have not seen this one. Hold on. That is fantastic. Last bit of movement in the run. This one, you can actually save time on it if you don't get any ledge grabs. Unfortunately, B-Dot just barely gets that one. Oh, he was quick enough. The monks... So the monks there in the portal on the left, if you go quick enough, they will just explode. They will die a noble sacrifice for the cause of defeating Emperor Nefarious.
Still working. This is not good. This is becoming considerably.
You know, losing possibly a second to that health level up there, which is interesting.
Yeah, he doesn't have max health. Neither does Sin. Oh, water strat.
Oh,
there
yes.
we go.
Yes, there we go.
So, if Emperor Nefarious touches the water plane, he instantly dies. The side effect is that all the phases start sort of spawning at once, and so you need to actually juggle which enemies you kill. You can't kill them too quickly, you can't kill the ones out of order, otherwise you'll softlock the end of the fight. And as you can see, in Emperor Nefarious, he's actually fine, but he's at 1 HP and he'll spawn the last set of enemies.
So this will be the end of the run for B-Dodge right about now.
Yep, time.
So there we go. Was in fact the sub 2 Todd plus RA NG plus relay.
Yep, and Sin will get that as well. Okay, that was Rift Apart. You'll see Sin hit the end of the run right here.
Yeah, we will be handing over to Savbean and Killj for the Rack 1 any percent commentary.
Yep, enjoy the run, everyone.
Wait, did we already begin the run? Holy. I see Martha Man running. Are you there, Sajbean? Okay, I see Martha Man running, but I don't see Jokari anywhere.
Jokari hasn't started yet because Sin's not done.
Okay, so that's how it works. Alright, anyways, Martha Man already started here from Veldin. Nothing special there, but the goal was to just get around 400 bolts. Yeah, alright, Sajbean. Sajbean is coming in a minute. So here we do the river skip. Perfect. Just skip the whole level, because why not? We seem to be having 454 bolts here, which is good. It's gonna be totally enough. Kill the enemies here. No bomb proxy strats here this time. Alright, I see Chokari starting as well. Good to see. We'll get some extra bombs. Those are definitely needed. Marathon Man going to Kerwan. What's the Discord stream? All right.
All right. What is up, my fellow gamers? So, yeah. So.
All right. Did you hear me at all previously?
Yeah.
Or
yeah, I can hear you.
Good.
Oh yeah. So
Great.
so sorry. Finicky Wi-Fi. Anyways. So yeah.
All good.
I don't know what Killj has said so far, but this is Ratchet and Clank 1. This is the only non-NG plus run that you're gonna be seeing this entire relay. So I'm in my closet now.
So here, Martha Man got the helipack already.
Yep. So
which is where most of our speed comes from.
Yeah, exactly. Ratchet.
Oh, Chokari, beautiful. He did the bomb proxy strat there with death abuse. That's just a good amount of time.
Yeah. So, I don't know how much we introduced the two runners. This is Yokari and Marathon Man. Both very good Ratchet 1 runners. Top times in like all the categories, at least that they run. Yokari's not done ACM, but yeah, both perfect picks for the job.
Yeah, Jokari is second place on any percent. Marathon Man, I believe, 5th place.
Yeah, Yokari's run would basically be world record actually if it wasn't for a death on Orcs on 1. So I think it's safe to
Yes.
assume most people watching the this stream will know a bit about Ratchet 1. So we'll skip over like the some of the unnecessary stuff. But all you need to know is that these next 3 games are all very fast paced. Like they all got the similar idea of preserving momentum and storing it and chaining it into moves and whatnot.
Just like you saw there, Marathon Man did the chain there. With that gap.
Yeah, and right now Yukari's about to go for this sick as hell chain. So he did a few mid-air long jumps with the helipack, and he stores it on this elevator, and that is just glorious right there. Kerwan is a very good planet for showing off Ratchet 1 movement. Right here, Marathon Man's gonna do a trick called Jank Pot, which is it's a way to get a crap ton of bolts because with such an optimized category, and Ratchet 1 not really having the best bolt economy, an exploit for bolts is very much respected by everyone. So, let's see.
Yeah. There's been some route changes lately that have definitely helped the bolt situation. Now it's more about how many bombs you have. So kind of changed over to that.
Yeah, for pretty much every game in the Ratchet series, we buy like a couple weapons, but Ratchet 1 only needs 2 weapons. And one of those we don't even use until the very end.
Yes. However, progression is still locked behind a paywall most of the time. So
yeah,
that's why we need the bolts.
Yeah, that's like the difference you're gonna see with this game compared to every other one. Is that we have to go out of our way to get bolts.
We are desperate for bolts all the time.
Also, you may notice that while Marathon Man's already on like Blarg Station, Yokari is still on Kerwan. Kerwan is a long planet because you got to go because like a theme you're gonna see a lot in Ratchet 1, 3, and Deadlocked is that like they design the levels in a way that the end is at like the beginning. This also applies to Ratchet 2, but Ratchet 2's not in this relay, so hold on, I got a text. Kerwan in Ratchet 1 does technically utilize this. Like at the very end, we get the info bot, and you could just go to your ship, but you still have to go pick up the helipack. You have to go get the info bot for your Dora. Then we have to set up Jankpot. So yeah, Kerwan is it's a fun planet. It's pretty cool, but it's very long. So right now, Marathon Man is setting up a clip with the box. Yokari will not be doing this, if I'm correct, assuming he follows the exact same strats and doesn't pull a fast one on us. Yeah,
Marathon Man also tried the cam clip version, but unfortunately he hit the checkpoint already, so it was kind of pointless to try that at that point.
Yeah, so you might see Yokari is like constantly like crouching and flipping through walls. The camera being a solid object, we're able to exploit that to clip through. It's also how those camera proxies you saw earlier work. So we effectively just have a built-in way to clip out whenever we want, which is just not many games get to say they have that luxury, now do they?
Yeah, I think Yokari will do a cam clip here really soon. I wonder if he goes for the checkpoint skip.
Let's see. Now it's time for Rilgar and Umbris, which are the two planets in this game that make you say, what? Because of... Let's see if he gets it. Oh, there we go. Was waiting for him to...
Everyone's favorite trick.
Yeah. Oh,
okay. Here's a backup.
Yeah. This backup, he well, I saw him first posted only a few days ago after he came back from GDQ. That's as much as I know.
Yeah. So that was a ledge proxy. That also works because of the camera. Oh, that miss. Okay, we're gonna have to try again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, now it's Yukari's turn. Now the two of them are basically like neck and neck. So Yukari's doing it a little bit of a different way because doing it from this platform gives him more space. But yeah, Marathon Man's got to wait for a little bit for that thing to point down, and he has less space. But this is technically faster, so
ooh, nice.
If you all know the story, oh, Marathon Man missed again. Yeah, you all know the story of the tortoise and the hare. right now, Yukari's kind of being the tortoise with a slightly slower way to set up Cineflips. And now he's going
In
on
my
to
opinion,
Umbrus.
this is the hardest trick in the game. Hardest trick in the game by far, in my opinion. Sinas.
Yeah. ILJs and Cineflips are a big old barrier to people learning this game, so
yeah, or this category.
Yeah, this type of error is something that could just happen to anyone.
Yes.
I'd like to see a tortoise do Cineflips. I got no words for that. Yukari perfectly executing the ship to boss ILJ
That was
chain.
beautiful.
Yeah, that was, you know. And he's at the end. Yep. He's Ooh, okay, he's got it. Okay, phew. I was slightly scared.
I think
It's a
Marathon
little-
Man. Yeah, it's a little finicky. Marathon Man is also one of the most consistent at ILJs that I've ever seen. So I never doubt that Marathon Man will make it first try.
Yes. He also
As he
perfectly
did,
pulled.
as
He
he did.
also pulled it off first try. Like for
Yes, that was
reference point,
beautiful.
like it's not like okay. Once you get the hang of ILJs, if you're learning like New Game Plus or you're doing all gold bolts, you know the ILJs and the ILJ chains in those categories for this planet are not like that bad. But for any person, it's for like you do it like how many seconds? I don't know, but your fingers do eventually want to give out. So it's very.
Yes.
I'm just glad both runners were able to, make it through this. I like tried learning the any percent like route before, and whenever like I'd mess up ILJs, I would have to take a few minutes before I could even try again. So like if I were, for example, to do runs and I don't get it first try, oof, that's like several minutes lost just on my hands not being able to pick it back up, pick up the hang again, get the hang of it again.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah,
This is
you literally
Battaglia.
need to practice those muscles. Yeah, both did the bank heist actually in the trespasser room. You get some really good amount of bolts, around 2,000 usually.
KillJ, I'm gonna let you take
Oh,
over
that-
for Battaglia because my mom made me food and I want to go retrieve it and get a soda.
All right, all good. All right, we see Yokari doing the alternative mountain strat here, where we bomb proxy on top of this mountain to the waterfalls. I believe to the waterfalls. All right, yes. And it's just quite a lot faster this way than the old way when we went to the big mountain with the many SIs there.
I'm back
Okay,
with 2
yeah.
baked potatoes. How's Battaglia going so far?
Insane. Great. It's looking good. Yokari
Oh, yeah,
already finishing this one.
You want to talk about first time chatter. This is epic. Anyways, you want to talk about how Battaglia SI is like not crap anymore?
Yeah, I just saw that we skip it completely. I mean, I guess we do one SI on that mountain, but
Oh yeah, Planet
most
Orxon.
things are now about ledge proxies. Orxon 1.
I'm sure Yokari has a bone to pick with this planet. His
Yokari's
current PB
weakness, yeah.
Yeah, it loses like 20 seconds on this because of a random death. You don't even like see the death actually happen because of where the camera is. You don't see like Clank's body. By the way, he perfectly like executed that clip. So, not today, Orxon.
Yeah, first try, tree click. It's supposed
yeah.
to work every second try, but first try, I guess.
Yeah, like I said,
Yokari's been practicing.
That clip right there is the reason why Yokari's current PB is not record. Well, it's one of the main reasons.
Yeah. It's also
Yeah.
crazy that still Franz isn't even doing these new strats.
Well, I
on
think
his
Franz is
work
just not
record,
playing
so.
any. So,
Yeah,
let's see.
no.
Marathon Man also gets through Orcs on 1. Yeah, like I said, well, not like I said. Battalion Orcs on 1 are for a long time they were like by far the worst planets. Like there was Battaglia SI, which was a daunting task, and then this this clip was, it wasn't RNG, but it might as well have been because we kind of just like YOLO'd it until we found a setup for it. And even now, these planets still like kill a lot of runs, get a lot of time wasted. But
Yes. Luckily, Battaglia is way easier now.
Yeah.
But I'm determined to make it hard again.
Yeah.
I'm rather man robbing Gaspar. Jakari on Pokitaru.
The most boring planet in the game.
No one would ever want to even think about skipping this planet here.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is basically an escort mission coupled with auto-scroll mission. So every speedrunner's favorite elements.
Most boring planet when we have the guy. The guy is what makes the boredom bearable.
It makes it all worth it.
Honestly, the guy should just be on every planet. That's what I'm gonna say. He should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
He should be on every planet. Something I wanted to mention earlier is that at the very least for the 3 games I'm commentating, I'm not like 100% sure on the strats used for the PS4, Todd and Rift Apart. But the PS2 games have gotten so much easier, like pretty much every category, including this. So you love to see it. Everyone loves to see like bad or hard or otherwise just unfun speedrun strats getting obsoleted.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a little bit pushback first by the older runners, but I see most have accepted that, okay, this is much easier now. So we were doing Chunk Fish, I believe it's called.
Wait, there's like an actual name for this? I just thought you like waited for the fish to group up because it would say bombs.
No, fish chunk, I believe it is. You basically wrench them, and then you directly hit them with the bomb, and you get like extra money for that. So yeah, very important actually. If you don't do that, you're not gonna have enough bolts.
Learn something new every day, I guess.
Yeah, this is Rack 1. Get used to it.
Okay, there we go. How do I turn down the brightness on this thing? Is it this button? What? Oh, this is the lowest the brightness goes. Okay, that's... Oh boy.
So yeah, we're still poking here. Nothing scrambunctious happening. Just killing the fish. Just moving forwards. Alright, here we're gonna see thruster back purchase soon. Ooh, shop clip. Perfect. That was butter smooth.
Yeah, if it sounds like the commentary just kind of died down, it's because this planet really is just kind of... There's not really much to talk about, like...
Yeah, I'm functioning on 1% brain power here. I'm auto-scrolling here as well.
It's not an auto... Well, it's kind of an auto-scroller.
Kinda. Pseudo.
Once in chat, if you are okay with me calling it an auto-scroller. 2, if 2's in chat, if you think there's a crap ton of skill involved in this level, and you hate calling it an auto-scroller.
Oh, you definitely need skill for this planet.
Okay, 2.
2?
1, if scheme... What? Wait. What is that word? I don't know what that word is.
Scheme bunnies.
Okay, finally, somebody is off Pokitaru. What's the next planet? It's Orixon 2.
Ooh, yes sir. Orixon 2. We might
No,
see some
this is a
tiptoes
planet that.
here.
Yeah, this is a planet that's not really gotten that much easier because of all the tiptoes that you gotta
No.
do. And also the checkpoints are really bad, and it's really easy to mess
Yes.
up. To mess up here.
Yeah, if we die now, we're gonna go back to the ship. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I believe
Yukari's got a-
Yokari actually skipped getting the Magnum boots as well earlier on first Archstone visit. So hopefully we're gonna see
Did he
how
actually?
we manage
Wait,
to do that. I'm
wait,
not
how's he
sure.
supposed- I'm pretty sure you. Wait. Okay, I do not recall
Okay, let's
seeing
see.
this.
Let's see.
The boots.
Okay, yeah. He did skip the Magnum boots. So here we see a Ledge Proxy.
I have never seen this before.
Crown
I'm
Panther.
pretty sure this is not
Really?
in his PB. I don't think this is in his PB. Like I watched I watched some of the runs here just to like get a
Definitely.
refresher on the route. I don't remember seeing this. That's
Definitely in my PB. But yeah, that
Okay.
saves somewhere around 10 seconds. So it's definitely worth it.
Okay, Hoban. This is a planet of all time.
Now don't say anything bad about my boy Holden. Oh,
Ricky already did that.
missed the
plenty.
trigger. You do. It do. Torpedorf knows. Ah, it do. Oh,
I
missed
just want
the
the-
trigger again.
I just want the chat to know right now that I've been away from my own house and I forgot my laptop, which is now 2 hours away from me at some random Boy Scout camp, and so I'm borrowing my partner's laptop, and he forgot his charger, and this thing is at 30% battery right now, and I have 3 runs to commentate. Marathon
good
Man
thing
finishing up.
you're able
go
to see
first.
the 80% at least. The most important. Most important run of the day, obviously.
Yeah, I'm just banking on everyone having a really good run. I'm banking on Star being good.
We're expecting world records today.
My phone battery is at 19%, and I don't think you guys want the commentary through a phone mic.
No, that's good. That's peak. All right.
I might consider it. I'll consider it.
IJ's
I'll
there.
consider it for the cloud. My phone's at 19%, but okay. But you know, I actually have a charger for that, so. This is a Gemlic base. We do some little out of bounds here to be able to this level actually can't be beaten casually with all the stuff Yukari has because it's required to have the he missed the trigger.
Yeah, missed the cutscene trigger, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's basically required to have the Devastator or the Visibomb gun because you want to take out these towers. But well, we can't afford that, so we just do some out of bounds movement, and it lets us get to the trigger. Okay, so he's going for a little backup here. He's gonna do a.
But this is a good backup. Bomb proxy to crown pound cancel. That will always work.
Leave it to Satch to be prepared with an 18% battery and a 29% battery laptop that isn't mine.
Oh my god, Marathon Man going for my strat there. This is my strat.
Okay, I'll let you explain the strat. This is your time to shine.
It's just a lead proxy to that platform there. And here we do basically the same thing that Yokari did. We just bomb proxy and crown point cancel here.
Oh yeah,
that's the alternative route.
We're about to start Ultanis, which for anyone that really liked just side flipping from the first 2.5 planets, you are not gonna believe this.
Big fan.
Yeah, it's mostly Ratchet moving again. So, right here, this trick has seen a lot of like revision in the past few years. This used to I forget the exact method that we used to get up here, but it was pretty difficult. And then you had a double jump, and you had to hope that that double jump would hit a trigger, and you had no real indication of it. But now we just do some bomb proxies, and we
Yeah,
we
it's insanely
stand here.
fast now and easy as well.
Yeah, so now we have the PDA, which is another really core part. There's Ratchet 2, 3, and Deadlock like are all built around the charge boots. That's pretty much the essentials that you need for speedruns of those games. For the purposes of my statement, Ratchet 2 any% doesn't exist. I just remembered we don't get the boots. But Ratchet 1 is the holy trinity of Ratchet 1 speedruns is in-level movies, the PDA, and the helipack. So yeah, obviously in-level movies are not available for us in this category, so it's more like a holy duo.
Yeah, PDA just makes everything so much better. Gaining speed and spacing and everything. So all the bomb proxies and ledge proxies kind of die here because we got the PDA. We want to have at least like 1,000 at this point because we're gonna have to buy the pyro. Ooh, beautiful Yokoi. Coin from Drex fleet. Bolt runners are definitely good on bolts as a frame rate.
Yeah, so this is the second to last planet, Drex Fleet. This is yet again another really good planet for demonstrating the movement capabilities in Ratchet and Clank 1. Because you go out of bounds instantly, and you start just doing helipack movement until you get to the other side. Yeah. So yeah, right here, we get out of bounds by a little clip, a little I forget the exact names of these. Like it's not.
Yeah,
a camera,
it's camera clip.
Yeah, it's not really a camera clip, it's a flip clip, I don't know. Yokari's doing some insanely good movement here, using the PDA to stop himself when necessary, while still maintaining momentum, and then just infinite jumping to the very end.
Yeah, there we saw the true power of the PDA. Marathon Man doing the camera clip as well.
Anyway, so Velden 2, in the casual game, this is the tutorial level now turned into like a big old gauntlet. And similarly in the speedrun, this is you know, Velden 1 is just, you know, a couple side flips and there was that camera flip at the start. But now we got
camera flip.
We got our singular weapon purchase, the Pyrocitor.
Luckily these boxes close by here, they give a lot of bolts, and we need 2,500.
One of the most like popular glitches in this game, to the point that even casual players seem to know about it, is that on PAL PS3, the Pyrocitor does like a lot of damage because when they upscaled the game from 50 Hz to 60 Hz, that messed with the for the PS3 collection, that messed with the Pyrocitor. So that's a happy little.
The flames hit every frame basically.
Yeah, it's why PAL is basically the only like version that anyone wants to play on for any percent. I'll go both in ACM. Technically speaking, you don't need it for NG+. You can go just as fast on NTSC, but who's playing this game on NTSC?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're the fun part, a billion PDA infinite jumps to the very end, to the final phase of Drek. Drek has like Drek is fought in like 4 phases. The first phase is a giant Clank fight, which you usually skip. 2 of them, you're on these like little like rock platforms, and then the final phase is on the deplanetizer. Fun fact, I actually had a dream last night that I was doing an AGB run, and I was doing this exact sequence of movement that Yokari is doing. and I accidentally hit the death trigger and watched my run die because I had to do all phases of Drek. Yeah.
Yeah, me too, except it wasn't a dream. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I think everyone's lost a few runs to hitting the death plane. Alright. Alright. As
Yeah,
Marathon Man would say, Drek is a fella. Let's see how this fight goes. I love you.
Oh, it's going good. It's going good.
Yeah, this is a good fight. Okay.
Oh, that was
Okay.
beautiful.
Yo, yeah.
Amazing.
I don't know the exact time, but that was probably a good run.
Yeah.
I don't remember many major mistakes. Congrats, Ricardo. That
Yeah,
was a
me
really
neither.
good run. Marathon Man himself
Yeah, GG.
is about to go kick Drek's ass. So
Surely
we're not
Trek
gonna
is
swap
gonna
it.
treat him nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
In the
God.
meantime, Yukari's gonna swap it over to the next guy, and we're gonna go with Ratchet and Clank up your. Or no, wait, not Ratchet and Clank up your arsenal. Ratchet Deadlock.
Phew, that was close.
1 minute ahead. Oh my!
Clank, you can.
Wait,
Okay.
Yukari was a
The
minute
servos
ahead
in my
of world
arm
record after
appear to be
Pokey.
broken.
Broken? As
Yeah,
in
that's insane.
fall to our deaths.
Anyways, yeah,
broken?
this is Ratchet Deadlocked.
Yes.
Once my co-commentator Fireproof Nas is ready, it's game time. So, as I stated earlier, Ratchet Deadlocked, Ratchet 3, and Ratchet 1 are all like similar speedruns in the sense of
My
like
arm
preserving
appears to be
momentum and whatnot.
badly damaged.
You'll be alright.
But in this case, you have the charge boots. So, yeah, the charge boots are what you're gonna be seeing in Ratchet Deadlocked and Ratchet 3. Right now we start with this little tutorial area. Nothing, not too much to talk about. Also, congrats to Marathon Man on finishing his run. So, Marathon Man thinks he PB'd. I'm anticipating the final results later. So our two runners, as you can see, for Megacorp is I'm Eli, a very silly guy.
Still need to fix that
And then in a little bit will be It's Scary, a silly green guy. So both of these runners their PBs are only like a few seconds apart. Both of them PB today. Eli, I'll explain this in a moment. Right, I forgot about this. This is the strat now. Oh my, seeing that actually performed in a run is amazing. Anyway, so Eli got his first 43, and Scary got a mid 43. Wherever Scary is, I see him. He's in the green room. Okay. So yeah, so I'll explain what Eli did on a advanced qualifier, but first, this is. Oh, let me check this channel real quick. Okay, so it seems like something's going on, something on Scary's end. So Eli, being the gentleman that he is pausing to give Scary some time to catch up. So yeah, we like to see some sportsmanship. Funny enough, we also had a similar act of sportsmanship last year when Tools of Destruction was shown off. I believe Kill Lombax hardlocked in that game, and Torp was like, "Yo," and stopped playing. Might have been the other way around. I don't know. So yeah, 3 cheers for sportsmanship. So I guess this gives me enough time to quickly explain advanced qualifiers. So the first room, you just spray dual Viper bullets and it kills all those holo targets. Then you have a room with some enemies. Then you have the hub world. That's fine. Advanced qualifier has a lot to explain. So there's a cutscene on advanced qualifier where Al is basically saying, "Yo, your bots can die. This is how you revive them." If we skip the trigger for that cutscene and we touch one of the platforms at a certain spot. It's a little complicated to explain, but all you need to know is that you need to physically land on the platform in a certain way, and then go into that electric liquid that teleports you. It warps you to the very end of the level. Also, Eli did an air swing, which is a movement that um, it's technically been known for years by the multiplayer community, and I believe there's some old messages in the Deadlock channel saying like, "Yo, this exists." But it wasn't until summer of last year where we started labbing it out. That is the newest air swing added to the NoLC route. Mobius randomly posted that in the Deadlock channel, I believe. He used it in his segmented run, and well, now it's viable for real-time runs. So I don't really want to spoil the next planet, Catacrom, until this is fixed. So anyone have anything they want to talk about? Anyone have anything to say? If not, I'm gonna just eat my baked potatoes. You don't get to hear the munching, sorry. The baked potatoes are amazing. My mom makes really great baked potatoes. Anyone seen any good movies? I actually watched a movie last weekend. Inside Out 2. Was nice. Remember to donate to the RAC government. I don't really know how to respond to that. Oh, I see Eli is now on pause, so I'm gonna. Okay, wow, he's just dashing through Valley of Heroes. Um, so yeah, as stated before, Catacrom. Well, actually, I don't know if I stated this. I already forgot what I said. Anyways, Catacrom 4 is a really good showcase of Deadlock's movement. Valley of Heroes is a quick A to B, very slick movement, and so it's on the prowl. Now here's a skip for Catacrom, Landstalker skip. It's a frame perfect skip. Thankfully, it's not that difficult, although you might see Eli and Scary Bow struggle with it a few times. I know last year when I ran this, I had to call it quits. But I believe in these two. I believe in these two to do what I could not. Sag, what are your thoughts on Despicable Me? I have not watched that in years. He did it. He did it. Let's go, Eli. Let's go. Yes, I'm proud. So he got out of the Landstalker, and now he's able to do like standard movement. Uh, when we first found this trick, we thought you had to destroy the red orbs to trigger the end because of well, whenever we'd walk into the light, nothing would happen. As it turns out, the trigger is just a little higher because they're expecting you to hit it with the Landstalker. So you just gotta jump in the air. So this is our first arena fight. Eli has a hello there.
Hello,
What
I
is up?
am back. Almost.
Well, welcome back. Thanks for helping us fix the issue. I don't know what was going on with Scary there, but that doesn't matter now. It's his turn to do Catacrom. Meanwhile, Eli moves on to Sarathos. Sarathos is a bit it's a bit slower paced than Catacrom, but it has a little more variety in what you're gonna see. So, as stated in Ratchet 1, the levels are designed in a way that the end is at the beginning, and you're gonna see that like twice on Sarathos. So, this first mission, it's kind of a point A to point B. You got a little stop in the middle so that the bots can hack these orbs. Then you kill some enemies. So, air swings.
Yeah. Most of the variation in your time lost in this stage would be from your pathing for the bots. Getting the bots there faster.
Air swing number 2 of the run. So this is one of the only air swings where Eli will not need. Oh, he is doing it. Okay, never mind. He doesn't need to go into the pause menu because the Leviathan just damages you so fast, regardless of whether it does the laser attack or the projectile attack. And I said before, the end of the level is right at the beginning. Eli just needs to make a tiny turn to the right, and he's at the Puma. Oh, he's struggling a little bit, but So yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite air swings in the game, especially because the previous method was to do a bunch of hyper stacks, and I don't really miss that. I don't miss doing that. So this is the other mission where the end of the level's at the beginning. And speaking of hyper stacks, Fireproof Nas, I'll let you take the cake. I need to let my voice rest.
Yeah, so hyperstacks basically just cancel your wrench swing in midair so you can hyperstrike over and over. They're pretty cool. They're a little bit more used than air swings. Quite frankly, I don't actually remember the rat that much.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yep, so this
I was
Rakdos
actually
mission is pretty much just waiting for the bots to hack and then shooting the big mini boss.
Yeah. As you
To
said,
it, they'll put out turrets,
assuming I didn't-
mines, and just let the bots hack.
assuming I did not mishear you. Yeah, he's correct in that air swings have replaced a few uses of hyperstacks. And as stated before, that second mission was one of those. Right here, this mission has a little quirk in it where the way Ratchet grabs that ledge may cause him to automatically let go. So if you ever notice like runners angle Ratchet as opposed to just having him directly look at the edge, it's because for some reason that avoids it. So now this is Kronos. This is like the best planet in the run, or at least top 3. This has everything in Deadlock. Kronos has just everything. This first mission, you got an air swing to the very end. Oh, Eli's playing with the Captain Quark cheat. Let's go. Oh yeah, if anyone can, we should probably change the game and stream title. Anyways, so Eli's making it to the end of
Thanks for
Kronos
reminding me.
1. Yeah, where he's having the bots hack the orbs. So Kronos is also like the longest mission in the game, and part of that is because this is the only individual planet. This is the only actual planet where you fight a boss battle. Every other one is fought on the Dread Zone station, and this guy puts up a big old fight. Unfortunately, putting up a fight doesn't matter when you have the supernova. So we kick his ass, and we have a
We get
nice
up on
bit
the
of
ledge so that we can get to the ships faster.
yeah. It's a pretty fun movement to pull off. The Kronos movement is some of the most fun to pull off. It's very simple, but it's very satisfying and slick, and it just feels good.
Yeah, so
really
this
know.
mission is about 2 minutes casually, and it's a lot of just grind rails over and over and over again. So we're going to exploit the fact that the entire map is loaded in. It's basically just skip it. We're just going to go around.
But here, let's see what. I don't think Eli's gonna. Oh, he is gonna go for it. Oh, okay. This is by far the hardest air swing that we currently use in runs. It is the only air swing in no LC where you don't charge into your source of damage. By the way, air swings work by charging into something that damages Ratchet, and usually doing a state cancel. The more hits you take, the longer the air swing lasts. In this case, though, you have to walk into the source of damage, which is those swarmers. They're gonna bite Ratchet, and yeah, this is pretty much anyone that runs Deadlock would definitely agree that this like the hardest air swing in the run, and some people don't even go for it. If I'm correct, Scary's not gonna go for it. That is what I anticipate is happening. I remember him talking about it. This is also a funny mission. So this is the second encounter with Shell Shock. You can actually just face backwards and spam the flail, and you win. Okay. Well, let's. I'm just carefully examining what both of these two are doing. If you got anything
so this
to
is another
add.
mission where we exploit the entire map being loaded in to just skip most of the mission again. This mission was again a lot of grind rails, and we obviously don't want to do that.
Eli? Okay, Eli got through. Although this is going to be very close. So this is Showdown with Shell Shock. The mission, this is probably like one of the harder missions, at least for a newbie, because the very first clip, you don't use like the mines, you have to like charge and cancel in a specific way. And then you have to get the actual mine clip that we do first try, or else you lose 10 seconds due to the bot's respawn cycle. So thankfully Eli pulled it off, and now he's on to the Avenger tournament, which in my opinion used to be a pretty mediocre level, but now it's actually like gaming. You start off with a really fun arena mission, and then you got 2 air swings, which both obsolete missions that were either really prone to soft locking, thus killing your run, and one mission which was just pretty boring. Okay. Wanted to be careful opening my soda there, so to quickly explain, so like I said, this first mission is really fast-paced. You're constantly like just zooming around the map in a counterclockwise to get the enemy spawns, get the dropships. Now, we have two missions. This one is called the Tower of Power, where you have to travel to the very end. This is identical to Advanced Qualifier in terms of the actual pathing. The issue with this mission is that if you kill certain enemies, when you're trying to do like all the skips in this mission, there's a chance that you soft lock. I've had soft locks happen from this second platform that Eli just swung over, and the very last platform. But the air swing just avoids whatever trigger it is that causes those soft locks to happen. So yeah, very grateful for that air swing to be found. And then we have the mission, the Tower of Power, which used to be a lengthy climb up the actual Tower of Power. We had some attempts to optimize the movement, but nothing too serious. But now we get another air swing, and this one is definitely one of my favorites. It's so sick. Okay, good. Eli got to the top. There's like a spot there where you could have clipped out of bounds, which would have killed Ratchet. When you get up top, you gotta snipe some ships and spam that flail. So, Scary has just started the Avenger tournament. So while we wait for Eli to get to the worst planet ever, at least most runners would say so, we're gonna
I'm
watch
disputing
Scary.
your claims. Shah is not the worst.
Honestly, I'm not opposed to you saying that. I'm really not with the alternate Char. It doesn't lose that much time. So the reason Char is hated, this first mission is nice little movement based. It's not pretty cool. The second mission, whoever was in charge of placing Landstalkers probably fell asleep at their keyboard. So okay, Eli's going for Eli.
Okay, so Eli's doing it the normal way, which you need to get to this platform here as fast as you can, because you need your bot to spawn at the right place. If it spawns on top of that ledge or like right next to it, chances are the bot will not have picked up the Landstalker gaze, so it won't die. But as you can see here with Eli, they've waited too long before getting to the platform. The Landstalker's all locked on. Bot died.
So anyone out there that's thinking like, oh, I wanted to run Ratchet Deadlock, but this mission, man, lucky for you, there's an alternate method. I don't think Scary goes for it, but there is a method in which you do a mind clip to get to these final two nodes and have them be the second and third nodes. And then the node number 2, the one with the billion Landstalkers, is actually the final one. So you can just actually be there to protect your bot. I don't think we even have timings for how much slower it is, but it's probably not that much slower. If I remember correctly, it's like that's as much as we know. It's not that much slower. So that is why I'm kind of hesitant to actually call this the worst planet now, because it's like that's not that bad. So yeah, Eli just finished it up. Scary's about to head to Char. This mission is also it's also been troublesome for runners in the past because the bots can get stuck and have weird movement patterns. This one you just kind of run around and tell them to turn bulk ranks, so not as bad as Landstalker stalking, but I'm sure a few people might have a grudge against this level. So let's see what Scary does. Nope, they're both going for it. They really said they're all or nothing. They're going with that mindset.
Scary Spot's gonna die.
It's kind of funny that Ratchet 1 and Ratchet Deadlock's most hated planets are both snow planets. And Ratchet 2 and 3, the snow planets there, are not necessarily hated, but they do have aspects that can cause a lot of time loss or dead runs, so it's the
Eli's
curse.
off to Oxon.
Yeah.
So normally,
Oxon 3.
you have to go around in a big circle, unlocking all of these nodes. With a bit of bot hackery, we can just get them to do the first and the last ones. And the
Hey,
mission's over.
Fireproof Nest, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
How do you feel about node overload? Do you like it?
It's okay. It's not the worst. It's not the best.
Yeah. I'll let you go on about node overload. I don't have much to say about it. I think
Yeah, so node overload. You got 6 nodes, I think it is. Bots needs 10. So to go fast, pretty much just have to make sure your bots are getting there fast as possible, not dying. It's a lot harder than it sounds.
Yeah, this is the other most hated planet. Well, this is like top 3 most hated. The other most hated planet's coming up way later, but these 2 in a row, it's just very much a gauntlet. Oh, thank you, Sleepy Going Commando. I don't actually know if that's what the GC stands for, but okay, I just seen scary type WTF, which has me really concerned. But it looks like he's turning up bolt crank, so... Oh! Oh, no! Oh! Okay, I thought... So something that can happen in the 3rd mission of Shar, the very first node, the one in the center, the bot just disappears. We don't know what causes it. At least I don't. I've asked like 3 times and no one has ever had an answer, so it's one of nature's mysteries. I thought that's what happened. I thought that's what why he typed WTF. So I'm glad that's not why he typed it. So now he's about to start Oryxon. Eli's about to finish it with Chains of Villainy, where you have to destroy these 4 orbs that have aircrafts connected to them. I already made that joke, Yugi. I made it when Eli started.
I made that joke like 8 years ago in my splits.
Yeah, so anyways, as I was saying, the 4 orbs are connected to like aircrafts. We destroy them with the supernova, but the supernova tends to miss them. And although we have a route to make the level very consistent, it's, thankfully Eli didn't have much trouble with it. But I know like I've had my own like fair share of runs lose a crap ton of time to that. Oryxons. We try turning Oryxon.
Eli's up on what I don't remember the actual name also. I'm gonna call the Mine Challenge. Basically just got 5 waves of enemies. They all come up from under the Tower of Power. And you've only got your mines.
I really feel like I had something to say about Static Death Trap other than the name, and it slipped my mind.
I mean, there's really not that much to it. It's just mine placement and knowing how many to place, when to place them, where to place them.
So, next mission, by the way, this is a marathon. Not Marathon Man, just marathon. Yeah. This mission actually does have some movement to it. This mission's actually decent bit fun. You kind of go out of bounds there to skip the usage of the grind rail. You turn a few nodes. Unfortunately, the Avenger tournament is the most interesting tournament. Crusaders has some interesting stuff, but the next 2 tournaments are, they get progressively more and more boring. So a little fun fact, Eli is purposefully avoiding that platform right there until he knows that the other bolt cranks have been turned. Because once you step on that platform, if he jumps in the electric liquid, it'll warp him to this platform. If he remains on the smaller platforms, the gray ones with the red outlines, and he jumps into the liquid, it'll actually teleport him back to the main area of the battle dome. So yeah, so obviously, ideally he doesn't have to do that because that means he's losing time, but it means he loses less time. So now onto the Valix belt. This plan is one of the more changed ones from air swings. I do admit to kind of missing what it was like before the air swings, but it's still pretty good. Wait, 25 pace? I'm just reading what Mr. Man typed about Yukari's Ratchet 1 run just now. Anyways, we'll worry about that later. So, this is Valak's mission 1.
Oh, Valak's S-Ways.
Yeah, hell yeah. Valak has like the most like... Well, no. I was gonna say there's an air swing for every mission, in at least one category. But I remember the one for mission 3 is apparently slower, even in any percent. Oh, Eli swagging.
Oh, what did Eli do? I wasn't looking. What did Eli do?
Okay, so basically, I'm pretty sure I'm the one that started this. Whenever the bots are turning the bolt crank for mission 1, I like to clip out and enter the hover ship. Eli is a silly guy, and I'm a bad influence on him. And you can tell because he tried clipping out. He was not next to the ship, so he ended up falling into the void. Now he has to do a billion hyperstacks to save to save himself.
Tragic.
And he's just starting over, so...
That's absolutely tragic. Oh my god.
Oh, Eli. Oh, Eli. Oof.
No, you gotta swag out going into the room.
The other way to swag out is, and I'm secretly hoping one of the two does this, is equipping the Leviathan flail as you air swing, and then air swinging with that. Now, that's not very useful, really, but it's cool. So, could Gladiator be Ratchet at his cutest? I don't know the context for this. I don't know, I just think that's... I don't have much to say about that.
Alright, so this is Space Ace, the bane of every runner's existence.
Not mine.
So,
I take it how it is.
This looks incredibly easy until you realize that the missiles bounce everybody around.
Okay, I'm now at 22%. Getting a little nervous here. Dude, I anticipate that my battery's gonna run out while they're on like command center or something. The Torb and Scotto. Yeah, as he said, in a way the mission is easy to complete, but you're not gonna get the best consistency when pulling it off because the enemies all just like flying around because of the missiles and whatnot.
Yeah, it's difficult to go fast.
With that fumble, by the way, on mission 1, the two runners are pretty much neck and neck. They are separated by like 2 groups of enemies. That is only a few seconds apart, so that's how much intensity we're talking here. So this is power up. You gotta clip through 2 walls and hit an end trigger. I don't know if it's me, but these walls feel a little easier to clip through. I feel like I've never failed the mine clips for these, whereas I still find myself occasionally failing a mine clip in other planets. And I think somebody even said a similar thing, and I just like voiced the opinion out loud because it's like, okay, I'm not crazy. But who cares now? Because we're on the second air swing of Valix, so this used to be a really intricate mission with a lot of hyperstacks, a lot of charge boot movement. But now all of that is just one long air swing to the very end. And it's definitely one of the coolest ones in the game. They're only a rift apart. I personally use this time to like grab a sip of water. It's difficult, but I can do it. You know, one hand has to be on the controller and all. Sometimes I'll type in my chat with my left hand despite being right-handed. That's as much as I gotta say about this mission. we'll just let him turn the bolt crank and onto. Oh yeah, we didn't even address one little difference in the two runners. Scary is using the Infinite Ravager. So while we don't have a confirmed reason, we believe it's an XP overflow because this happened to Mobius, who has like 1 billion hours on his file due to all the IL runs. So it's reasonable to think that it's an XP overflow. You can just use the bot Ravager whenever you want. And Scary, if I think I saw him use it just now. Oh no, that was Eli. Oh no, Eli did not use it. It's just the red lasers from the enemies.
Are they
you tell
both
that
using the Infinite Ravager file?
No, Eli's not using it because something an air swing being more difficult to set up. I myself have not played around with the Infinite file much. So this is Torvald. This first mission is yet another one of those missions where you run around and you tell your bots what to do. This mission's a tad bit unique in that you have to destroy a Landstalker first, but otherwise it's the same. I'll let you explain Seek and Destroy.
There's 12 little drone nodes. They spawn at different times. Eli fucked it up. So basically, we're going to get rid of the first 6 by jumping up in this pillar, using the Arbor Data, just get them all. And we're going to drop down, spawn in the other 6, and then just get them all with another Arbiter shot. Doing this casually is really long and annoying because you have to chase them, but getting them in when they're all spawned just makes it faster. And yeah, so, this is the absolute worst case scenario for this, having to chase them down.
Yeah, ideally, you only have to chase one down, and they don't actually. Okay, they do move fast, but if you get 11 out of 12 on that second shot, it feels like the final drone moves slower. You at least have plenty of time to snipe it down. Unfortunately, Eli had to snipe a few down and had to go a really far distance, now letting Scary take the lead. Scary's gonna go for the little proxy there. He missed it. But that doesn't save that much time, if I'm correct. And oh my god, he got a proxy off the Executioner. Nice. It didn't get him up to the ledge, but good to know you can do that, I guess.
Didn't you know you could do that?
I mean, I guess I could have inferred that, but it just didn't occur to me because
you can bounce off anything.
Well, the more you know. So unfortunately, Eli took a death. He's got to go back to node 2. So Scary is now like Scary's created a good chunk of distance between the two. So this mission it's like half of it is an auto-scroller. You just have to wait for the statue to blow up, and he's gonna look for. I don't think he found it. I know Eli's gonna go look for the single ammo crate that's inside the building over there that doesn't spin around. Speaking of auto-scrollers, Vindicator tournament. So, oh, Vindicator. We don't hate. I personally don't hate Vindicator. It's just Vindicator Mission 1 is a nice little Murphy's Law is a nice little mission where you cycle weapons. Unlike other Ratchet and Clank games where they have a cycling weapons arena mission, the weapons aren't random. We know exactly what we're gonna get and when we're gonna get it. So we have started off with the sniper, and flail, mines, Vulcan cannon, silencer, and we finish it off with fighting 3 executioners using the dual raptors. I'm sure whoever came up with that was having a good time in the office. He probably had a laugh at that. The second mission, however, is 2 minutes and 16 seconds of waiting. You're supposed to avoid some bombs that drop from the sky, but we can clip out of bounds, and the game won't think like, well, we gotta follow them there, so you kind of just wait. Last year's relay, when I got onto this mission, my opponent, Matthias, was on the hovership mission of Alex, which left the 2 commentators, Fireproof NASA and Mobius, very, just kind of hoping they could have something to talk about. They were kind of scrambling for words. We're kind of in the same situation.
We were both on there.
Let's see. Anything to talk about? I guess the Eviscerator fight. Most of the boss battles. So as you saw with Shell Shock, we fired a Supernova once, and Shell Shock his ass gets kicked. The other bosses are a tad bit different, but we use the Supernova on them too. Because we're in challenge mode, we're on the easiest difficulty, and we have the fully upgraded weapons. I'm gonna have to mute this SERP right here. There we are. Because we have the easiest difficulty and all the most powerful versions of the weapons, everything goes down like 1 or 2 hits. It's all about efficiency rather than finding out what's the fastest weapon. Hello, commentators. Hope you're having an epic day. Are you having an epic day, Fireproof Nas?
I don't really know how I would describe my day so far.
My day has been very up and down. The only thing I'll say about my day is that I played Ratchet 3 earlier. I played Velden. I died when trying to hit the dropship trigger, and I did not get Quark Warp despite trying the consistent Quark method, meaning I probably missed an enemy somewhere. Oh man. Somebody want to turn on their camera and show off their blah high?
Alright, Scary's out of the auto scroller. Finally.
Woo!
This is the
Finally,
Eviscerator fight. For some reason, the Supernova can hit Eviscerator through the force field, through the shield. Don't know why. But now we're off to Stygia.
Stygia. This was the planet I
This
alluded
is
to
the
earlier.
worst planet in the game.
You know what? I'll let Fireproof Nas take this one. I think he has a long felt hatred for this planet that he wants to finally let out.
Here we go. Junking the jammers. I'm junking my jammers. Theoretically, this shouldn't be that hard. It's just that the Landstalker controls really badly, which just makes it more painful than it really needs to be. But yeah, we're basically just breaking all the energy boxes for these force fields so that we can go up to this big node thing and destroy 4 smaller nodes on it. I don't really know the lore justifications, but there's ways that you can hit the boxes with the Landstalker missiles through the splashback on the ground. Looks like Scary went for that and got it.
Little fun fact about this mission is that if you ever want to get the world record sweep, or more specifically tie the world record sweep for the IL boards, good luck. Because the world record for Junkin' the Jammers, a meteor hits one of the final jammers. It probably saved like 4 seconds if I had to guess, so you better be really good at using the Landstalker if you ever want to tie that record. You gotta find new tech, man. You gotta find new tech. For me, my least favorite mission of Stygia is probably Energy Collector, because sometimes the bots can get stuck on stuff. That's it. Yeah. Stygia. Stygia is kind of unique in, like, as far as I'm aware, Stygia doesn't really have any major glitches that we utilize. Like, if I remember correctly, it's just play as fast as you can. Play the level casually but fast. Like, every other level has at least like one glitch or something unintended, or like an air swing. But pretty sure Stygia is just normal. Well, not normal gameplay, but you know.
Yeah, I think I could agree with that. Well, no, we do use flail cancels and stuff. It's not just going as fast as you can, casually.
Yeah. And I guess
it's just that we don't really have any big hyper stacks or air swings.
Yeah. we do kind of charge alongside a grind rail on an energy collector for a little bit. I mean, it's not really required, but you can do that. It looks swag. And now with that, we are off Stygia, or at least Scary will be off Stygia in a few seconds. And now we can talk about a planet not as many people hate. Meraxes. This one is a pretty short planet for the most part, but it's also a short and sweet planet. Like every second of I pretty much enjoy every second of Meraxes. The first mission does the whole end of the
Meraxis is
levels at
just
the
chill.
beginning. Yeah. Who the fuck hates Meraxis? I feel like there's gotta be at least someone that's like, oh, Meraxis, but no one comes to mind right now. This isn't like a jab at anyone. I genuinely feel like I've heard somebody like not enjoy Meraxis. This is the only this is the only mission that I can probably think of. Oh no, I know the other thing that people dislike about this planet. But I'll get to that in a moment. Total control. You ride around in the car and you tell your one bot, yes, you have one bot because they've both been imprisoned. We freed the first one. You tell him to turn bolt cranks. This mission, I like this mission. This is the only mission where you have bots go around and turn bolt cranks where I've never had an issue. Like, this is like the one time they're actually, the bot's reliable.
Well, they're reliable everywhere. You just need to know how they work.
That's what
The
that's what
bots
most
are
people would,
consistent. You just don't know how they work.
don't. What was that one meme? They hated Jesus for telling the truth.
Yeah, that's mob.
So this mine clip right here is the other most hated thing. So, a lot of people say you have to like place the mine a few inches off the wall. I set this mine clip up the same as every other mine clip, and it works just fine. So, I'm gonna say skill issue. um, yeah, that mine clip before the corridor with the mud. Um, pretty sure I had trouble with it at some point. Then I just started setting it up the same as all the others, and it worked. The final tournament, the Liberator tournament, starts off with another cycling weapons round, except instead of 6 weapons, it's just 2. The Silencer and the B6, which is the only time you see the B6 in this category.
We do use every weapon at least once, though.
Yeah. We never said we did it on our own accord. But surprisingly enough, it doesn't feel like this mission is made worse because you have to use... I thought I muted that. What? Anyways. It doesn't feel like the mission is worse because you have to use the B6. It just feels like you have to use the B6.
Yeah, you have to use the B6.
Also, Marathon Man, I've never seen somebody cook like Marathon Man saying no LCS peak. That is the most truest. Where's that one Smiling Friends clip where the yellow guy, that's kind of shaped like an upside down L, says like everything you said is true? Oh, Eli has the Eviscerator bot head. But yeah, no LCS peak.
Yep, so this is Accelerator. Okay. Yes, it is. So, as Scary goes on and kills more and more enemies, Ratchet moves and fires faster, which is pretty cool. Normally it would take ages to kill 135 enemies, but we can do it pretty quickly with the speed up.
I think it was either Torb or Scary that said like, why wouldn't they make this like a platformer mission or one where you move around? And while that would be fun casually, I could anticipate a mission like that might kill a lot of runs in the alternate reality. What is LC? LC is a glitch that only works on PS3. When the game asks you to select a difficulty when loading a new file, it does that after the file is already loaded, and you can still, oh by the way, this is how we kill Ace. 3 flail shots and a supernova. Perfect amount of damage. He's about to go on to Ghost Station. So LC, you can decline to select a difficulty. You can refuse to select one, and you'll essentially be in two files at once. Whatever you unlock on one file, it will carry over to the next one, meaning that the farthest we can unlock, we can go from the first two rooms on Dread Zone Station to the Ghost Station. So yeah, 6-minute category. Speaking of Ghost Station, this level has some of the coolest movement in the game. You start off with another end of the level at the beginning with some hyper stacks. Then you have an air swing. This air swing is like the easiest one to pull off purely because your source of damage is one of these explosive barrels, so it ain't going anywhere. Oh, oh my, scary, almost falling off the ledge right there. But he saved it. So that's good. Right here. Right here. Oh, this is Scary's magnum opus. This is Scary's son. Come on, do it. Show some talent. Show some talent. Oh. So there's a clip that he calls talented clip. He's supposed to clip through, do a couple hyper stacks, and shoot at some computers from a distance. I see Crash Team Racing mentioned in the chat. I'll read that in a moment because I am now intrigued. Yeah, you're supposed to shoot these computers from like out of bounds. If you watch the IL world record, you'll see this, I think.
Yeah, the IL.
Yeah, I know he said it. I knew
the ledge,
Mobius
flips
saying.
out, and then charges and fires from below.
Also, this is Escape, which is the best vehicle mission in the game. I like this mission. Both in a casual sense and a speedrunning sense. Let's see.
Yeah, so basically,
language
Escape, we're going around shooting 33 of these nodes, and you need to destroy 7 turrets. They're all pretty much in a circle around the station, and you just go around getting them all.
Okay, what's my battery at right now? I am at 18% battery. Let's go. If my battery dies, I just wanted to say, Fireproof NAS, please come back to NoLC.
I am retired.
Can we get an F for a fallen soldier? Anyways, yeah, sadly no talented clip. Go watch the IL record, if you want to see it. It's a neat little strat. So, Scary's now finishing off the run with the control level. This one is probably the most unique level in the entire game because all 3 of these missions have like some out of bounds usage. Because a lot of Deadlock's missions still take place within like the general playing area of the level. Not many levels have out of bounds. I mean, Cronus, for example, has out of bounds depending on what you classify as out of bounds. But like control level, it's pretty much just all out of bounds movement. Scary did try and do a clip. He would clip through that slanted wall, and he'd command the bots to plant bombs onto this generator. But unfortunately, he did not get it, so he's going to do the old-fashioned way, which is a bunch of hyperstacks to the end of the level, which, once again, is at the beginning. So, this is how every mission, besides the actual boss battle, this is how every mission ends, with you commanding the bots to plant some bombs. But they're not all just a bunch of hyperstack chains, so you'll actually get to see some movement. So, West Generator, this is definitely one of the harder ones. While it's more so hard in that, like, how do I say it? What you're about to see Scary do is consistent and has a setup, but your, nerves or something like that can still cause you to mess it up.
It's very, very precise.
Fireproof NAS really knows how to read my mind. Yeah, it's been a long day, bro. So after that mine clip, he does another ad. Oh my god, they're synced. Well, they were synced for a moment. That was beautiful to see Eli and Scary's hyper stacking being synced.
Yeah,
So after that,
coming into the generator rooms out of bounds also means that the enemies don't spawn. It makes West Gen in particular a lot more bearable because there's a ton of laserbacks in this room normally, and the bots just do not like them. They just get eviscerated.
You will see some of those enemies on a central core. Oh, by the way, Scary would attempted to do a flail cancel into a wrench throw, which would have allowed him to slide up that slope, and then he clips through that wire. It's a very sick piece of movement. It's a wonderful strat. It obsoleted a pretty difficult strat, so kudos to the wire clip. But yeah, as Fireproof Nas was saying, if you're a beginner, you might be tempted to go the casual way and just mind clip through the doors, but you'll have to deal with a billion enemies. Central Core is the only time where you'll still have to deal with this, but there aren't a lot of enemies. You just put some shields around that Landstalker turret. Ideally, you don't kill that other guy on the turret, or if you do, you have a plan, and you'll be fine. So, after this, will be Vox, at which point we'll say GG to Scary. Vox has 2 phases. You have to go into phase 2. Like, it's not possible to skip it. But it is possible to have him at 0 health. So essentially you just have to fire the dual raptors and yeah. So it's kind of a one cycle, kind of not. And with that, everyone get your GGs ready for Scary as we move on to Ratchet and Clank, up your arsenal. GG Scary. So let's see. Which Ouya runner's on Gadgetron again? That is
Scotto.
Torb.
No, Torb.
Oh,
Torb.
is it?
No, it's
Oh,
Torb.
okay.
Sorry, I lied.
Okay, yeah. I had to remember based on the profile names. So, Tor Bolin and Scotto Bozo. So this is Ratchet 3 Yugen Plus. No quit exploit. This is the most different looking category, in terms of like what it even looked like a year ago or what it looked like last time it was seen in a marathon and a relay. So, Veldon has a billion things to explain. Oh, and
Boxy.
yeah,
Also, hold on.
Tech, you're a little quiet on my end. I don't know if it's just me.
The government's trying to silence me. Yeah, so Veldon is yeah, sorry, you go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he opens up with a Boxy, which Tech and I will discuss on a later planet because, I'll let him explain free fall skip. I don't really want to interrupt him. I just wanted to mention we'll talk about the Boxy later. Also, GG Eli, GG Eli.
GG Eli. Yeah, so free fall skip. So the suck cannon, you can only do it without the Infernox armor. Any other armor is it can work, but you essentially use the suck cannon in animation, and it keeps you grounded for a couple frames, so you're able to charge. And able whenever you charge on the dropship, it just cancels out your charge, and therefore you're able to get on top of the ship. Also, we're in German because of this trick right here, where the Velden flags get screwed up, and you're able to teleport straight into the Quark fight from Velden. It only works on German and Spanish, though we play on German because it is, I think it's like 0.3 seconds faster in a later planet, Holostar. So
Well,
yet
Holostar is
again,
actually completely skipped, so now it doesn't even matter. At this point, we
no,
just
you,
play in
no,
German because that's what we're used to.
well, no, it's the dialogue plays. I'm pretty sure, or maybe it doesn't. I don't
No, I
know.
mean we skipped the Clanks. Oh wait. Oh shit,
Yeah, yeah,
right,
you level
right,
smash,
right,
but
right, right.
we're gonna get into that later on. Anyways, Phoenix is very straightforward. You just go straight to the end into the Sasha cutscene, and we get the coordinates to Marcadia, which now I guess we should explain Boxies. So
I'll
when you're
take over for that if you
yeah,
want.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Boxies is the newest and coolest trick. So, Deadlocked has air swings, Ouya has Boxies. These two tricks kind of share like a similar history of being known for like a long time, but not really researched until like last year. So a Boxy is eh, we abuse the fact that there has to be an animation for the suck cannon sucking up a crate, as you see right here. So we abuse the fact that we can swap to a weapon while the crate's being sucked up and the crate stays in the air. There's two types of boxies you'll see throughout the run. On Velden, you saw what I am unofficially calling a shape boxy, where you have to memorize a few different shapes and a few different setups. Um,
Unfortunate
a few
death.
different shapes and setups to launch yourself in the right direction. When you re-equip the suck cannon, it launches Ratchet like a oof, Torbull and
If
accidentally hitting that checkpoint. We'll explain that in a moment. It launches
yeah,
him like a really long distance. The other type of boxy, which you'll see 3 times, actually no, you'll see it 4 times. You're gonna technically see it here, is one where we death abuse while the box is stuck in the air, and then uh, the box will seemingly be in the correct place. It'll be reset, but it'll actually launch you a high distance. This one right here is technically a bit of both. This is ELDF, the one of the two holy grails of Ouya. Skips every single ranger mission in the game, or on the planet. There's 5 of them, one of them being a 2-minute auto scroller, so no one
the
misses.
the
You know,
the EL, sorry, the LDF, the one he's going to right now in Laser Defense Facility is, in my opinion, there's been a lot of optimizations for ELDF, but LDF specifically is probably the hardest boxy. I know Scotto and Torb also feel that way, where the window, like there's the thing is about different shapes is they require different setups, and therefore sometimes you only have like a 2 frame window where, or like a 2 or 3 frame window where you can get flung like in a very short way, like in a very short explanation, you're just storing momentum with the box, right? And the thing is there's only different positions and different height methods that are actually compatible with the boxy setup that you're doing. ELDF is very. It used to be the hardest trick in this run, even though it saved 4 minutes. People still were like, "Yeah, no, I ain't doing that." And now, because we have quick select pause off, we're able to swap weapons, and it's an exact 5 frame window, which is what you would usually use when doing ELDF pre quick select pause turned off. So this, like, it's like what Saj said earlier about Ratchet Clank 1. It is it's just been so much more optimized and like beginner friendly. This category used to be the biggest category for a long time until so many implementations were added, like Draco Triple Charge, to where a lot of people oftentimes find it daunting. And another case of the boxing and the VR section again dying, and whenever the box has enough speed, you are able to swap out, and then the death resets the box state so that you're able to just do an easy double jump into well, it's not necessarily easy, but a double jump into pulling up the suck in at the right time, and it flings you all the
fun
way
fact about
across.
that boxy, the VR boxy. Well, first of all, it skipped the first visit to Annihilation Nation. It skipped the Quados and Tyrannosis. It is the first boxy to ever be implemented into the no QE category. Not the first one into the game, but you know. And that's kind of, I don't want to say it saved Ouya, considering it was the it's one of the 2 most popular games in the series for speedrunning, but it's, and pretty much everyone is grateful for it. The VR skip we did in no QE before, it was really cool, but it was really difficult. I remember it was my first barrier when I learned the game, and even then I was not good at the movement. Then VR Boxy comes around, and none of it mattered anymore. And then in the any percent categories, you used to have to do a bunch of IJs, which are extremely difficult, but yeah, it meant that like whenever you'd say like, "Oh, I want to run any percent, I want to run all titanium bolts," uh, people would just like beg you to just play no QE. But now it doesn't get you the weird looks anymore because of the boxy being there. By the way, Dax has both a shape boxy and a death abuse boxy. The death abuse one being used right here. I remember this being found in like January 2023 at the time of the uh VR boxy being found, but due to inconsistent checkpoints, we didn't use it at the moment. Oh, how foolish we all were. So Scotto
Um,
right here is
yeah.
actually not doing the Dax boxy. I'll explain this, then I'll let you explain everything else. Um, Scotto, he was called on this on short notice, so he's not going to be doing every strat Tech does. Torb does, but he's pretty good at the movement in his own right, so I think we'll still be having a fun race between these two. Is he going to do this boxy? Yes, he is. Nice. I don't remember
I
it called
was
the boxies that Scott is doing. Anyways, keep talking.
yeah, I was just gonna say that like I think Torb's strong suit. Like I know the past couple days he's been trying to de-rust. No, not even necessarily de-rust because he was playing no QE a lot, like only like 2 or 3 weeks ago. But then after he got world record, he took a break until the prelay. I will say that like Scotto is absolutely insane with movement, while Tor and this obviously isn't to like Torb is like pretty much one of the few people who have like made boxies as easy and optimized as they are because boxies used to be very just like again daunting is the term, just super specific. And um thanks to Torb, we're able to have a way easier time with this category. But again, Scotto is like I don't even know how to describe Scotto's movement either. At the same time,
He
when will they
plays like he's
comment on
been
the
playing for
allegation?
years.
Okay, let's talk about the allegation. Okay. The allegations are level smashing. Okay, we're not going to talk to the allegations. The allegations
Yeah, screw
don't
the
exist.
allegations.
Yeah, screw the
Screw
allegations.
Gadgetron.
They're just
Or
allegations.
whatever.
So so we're taking the code. So we're on PlayStation 3, correct? And we're on German. But the other thing is that because
We're
we're on
actually on
PlayStation
PS2.
3, shut up. But
Dude, Tech, you're amazing, man. Keep going, keep talking.
yeah, I was gonna say that because we're on PlayStation 3, we're able to get trophies. And because we're able to get trophies, we're able to do some load crap. I don't necessarily know how to explain it. We're essentially taking the code of one planet. It's called level smashing as opposed to level stacking. Level stacking
Yeah.
level stacking is a completely different. We don't do level
Just watch
stacking for almost any category.
just watch what we do prior to Iridia and all titanium bolts, and you'll get your level stack.
Right. So, but it's the same thing though. We're holding circle at the very end, so the game's like, wait, what? And then we're able to take the code or the flags of one mission and taking that into another mission, so that way the game thinks, okay, this person's completed all the flags necessary. And nature it's not anything important, so we can keep explaining it for a bit longer. Um, but we're
Nation's
able
cool.
to take. I'm not saying it's not cool. I'm just saying we don't gotta say anything about it. We'll just let it. We'll just let it out. But I was gonna say that like in a sense, basically the game gets confused. But nah, it's just we're taking the flags and taking it into another, so the game thinks we're already done with that world. Hence why he was able to go to mission 3. And that was a
Also,
really cool explanation.
you may notice that both of our runners here are playing with the Alpha Combat Suit, the standard armor. So there's like a billion reasons. This game is really funky in that the cosmetics actually matter. You used to not want to play. You used to want to play with the Infernox or a skin. Then it used to be green armor was optimal, and now it's uh, I mean, you can have a skin equipped, but you'll eventually swap over to the default armor. So the reason for this is because one of the trophies that we get for level smashing, which Torb is gonna use. I think this is the one Torb uses for uh the level smash that skips the entirety of Hollow Clank section, is to buy the Rhino. That gives you a trophy, so we can do a level smash with it. It's something you can do right next to your ship. Um, but the Rhino was also how we fought Dr. Nefarious. So it's like, oh
Yes.
crap, what do we do now? Well, some strat hunting from Robo has led to a strat where we can get Dr. Nefarious to not attack us, but we have to die. And okay, that was a really intense. We have to die. He has to basically drain all our health. And obviously, you want the Alpha Combat Suit so that you can die as quick as possible. Um, well, you're saved by the Nano Pack. But yeah, so yeah, one thing led to another, and now we play with the Alpha Combat Suit.
Also,
Um,
yeah, we just did level smashing again, so we're skipping. Bro, I'm pretty sure everyone in this chat knows about how awful Talos was.
Up
Um,
Talos.
yeah, Talos was just like the harbinger of runs in a really stupid way. Because like you could have a great run and then you just get to Talos and your run is just screwed. So not only is it faster by like I think Skydo said 7 seconds, or I don't know if it was faster or slower. I think it was faster.
I'm pretty sure
Well,
13
obviously,
seconds and it's faster.
yeah. So we're able to level smash between rescue with I think that was a snowman skin right there, yeah. And then we used the Rhino trophy for Blackwater, and um yeah, that's pretty much it. Also Draco. Um
Yeah, so Draco, you're
oh
gonna see
shit.
a difference in approach. So, okay.
Scotto just got screwed over.
Oh wait, what? What the
He
flip
went to
happened?
Marcade against Phoenix
I
for
saw
the
that
level
and I
smash.
thought that he just like found a faster level smash. I did not know that was not intentional. Well, shit. Wait,
Well,
no
any
fucking
Talos
shot.
enjoyers.
Okay,
Um
okay, Torb was about to go for mid-air charges, which are frame perfect. His run, his PB world record, it does a different strat where he goes out of bounds. He does a whip jump onto a platform you can't see, and then he does some movement and takes him to the end. It's a pretty good middle ground for people who, you know, it's in my opinion
it yeah.
the best Draco method if you don't care about being optimal, because the four Draco methods are mid-air charges, which super difficult, as you can see right here. There's a clip in a big ol' like spherical room, which that clip is ass, and I never learned it, and now I never have to. Or you could just do the level casually, which is what I did for a long time until uh uh what's in Torb's PB was done. Like I said, you'll
Yo,
have to
Mr.
watch the
Beast
world
Gaming.
record.
Mr. Beast Gaming. It's Mr. Beast on the on Scotto's fighting Mr. Beast guys. But no, I was gonna say that
Yes, it's
like
fucking go, Torb.
it's so Jover. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Now Torba's got it. The Obani Draco can't speak. Anyways, yeah, that. The other method that Mr. Beast from It's Scary, yeah, he's fighting Mr. Beast. Look, Mr. Beast died, guys. Um, but yeah, so I mean, Courtney is just a very standard boss. You use I don't think we really need to explain shock cannon weave, and I think a lot of even casual players understand the concept of moving
The
the
game technically tells you about it. The game is like, yo, sweep the thing to the left and right and like you win. Um anyways, so
Hollow
Draco
Star
is
is the
done.
reason. Yeah. Sorry, what?
Oh my god, look at that. The animations were in sync. That was so good.
That's
Anyways,
yeah, it's crazy.
Zeldin, so you might be thinking to yourself, "Hey, you guys seemed really excited about the that little it's in sync again. Oh my god, I'm sorry. It was so nice to see that the loading screen there was in sync. Anyways, so you may remember that we were excited about that one glitch that launches Ratchet into the distance using the suck cannon. What happened to that? Well, obviously boxies are useful on a lot of planets, but not every planet. Um, you're gonna see the next usage of them in a moment on Metropolis. And for anyone wondering, uh, because
Oh, unfortunate
we
death for Scotto.
was gonna say, if anyone is wondering, like, well, a lot of the planets are now boxies. Do you not miss the standard movement? We have a category that bans them. So shout out to
Yeah.
the no BP category.
By the
Just for
way,
both worlds.
uh Zeldrin was my brain right now is just fried. So Zeldrin,
Same.
the coordinates of the cutscene are Metropolis is just a boxing into the um clunk fight. Though Zeldrin, the coordinates of the Nefarious cutscene is like almost directly below the beginning of Zeldrin. So just in case just in case nobody knew about that. But yeah, Metropolis is probably my favorite planet to watch, but like this boxy specifically also causes me to have massive headaches, so and
Yeah, this boxy, Metropolis boxies. I remember like during the Boxy re-revolution of 2024. Oh, by the way, Metropolis has both a Shape Boxy and a Death Abuse Boxy, which this is the Death Abuse Boxy. Again, these aren't official names, but I mean, I don't mind if we start using these because it'll be nice to differentiate against. Anyways, these two Boxies used to be a big ol' headache, but as Tech mentioned earlier, Torb, Torb is built a little different. He's Swedish, you know. He's
Hey,
Nordic runners, Nordic speedrunners
he's got an
are gonna
insane
change
jawline.
everything. Yeah,
He's got
that
that
too. He
that Nordic
moves a lot.
jawline.
Using his Nordic powers, using using his Nordic powers and his insane jawline from mewing, he he was the one to implement the Metropolis Boxies. I remember like Scotto saying like these only save like a second each and they both suck to set up, but suck. Fun
Crash.
fact about Boxies, by the way. Okay, I'll talk about this one fun fact. If you use the Vortex cannon, the V5 suck cannon, you have to look a little more right for VR Boxy, and I assume that applies to every Boxy. You have to look a little more right, so the setups are slightly different. We have to guess maybe it's because of the model being like a different shape, but that's just a weird quirk. You can take it away, you Tech.
Quirk. Um, I was just gonna mention, I'm just glad to see Torb. Not necessarily be. I'm not. You know, I want both these runners to have an equally fair challenge and equal fun. But Torb has been like beating his head against the wall the past couple days, and it's really nice to see him be able to pull it out. Because for a while I was calling him a fraud. I was like, he was really struggling with. He's been struggling with this past couple days, and now he's like, now except for the Marcadia mess ups, it's been a really good run. But I was gonna mention also because we were talking about it, but now that like the we don't really have anything to explain till probably Command Center, but
I have something
I
to
w-
explain.
oh Koros or
No,
Hideout.
Iridia, my favorite planet. This
Oh yeah.
Iridia. Okay. So in Ratchet 1 and 2, they were based. They thought, okay, in the planet select, the player can select whatever planet they want to go to on their own will. In Ouya, somebody was like, what if we decide for them? And so now for the rest of the game, um, oh yeah, by the way, Quark's Hideout, look at this beautiful movement. Ratchet 3, again, the end of the level is at the beginning. I can't recall any other time this philosophy is used in Ratchet 3, at least that you guys get to see. I guess Zelda and Starport kind of, but look at this beautiful movement. I'll explain already in a moment. And no invisible wall. Sometimes there's an invisible wall that can just catch you and it sucks and I hate it. And that is the snow planet of Ratchet 3 and its funny quirk. Again, snow planets kind of suck. Or at least have an aspect that sucks. So Iridia, for the rest of the game, Scotto and Torb have to remember to manually select the planet they want to go to because the game is going to tell them they need to go to Iridia. I had a marathon run where I went to Iridia. That run was a PB. Yo, Andy was commentating, so
Shout out to the two frame that Torb just got. If you are if you side flip, if you do like a mega flip into a long jump at the right time, you can get a very long jump, or like a very fast jump with like a bunch of momentum. Also, who up suck in they box right now? Because we're about to go to Koros and skip all the mission. I mean, the entire world is just going to be like 30 seconds. Surely, because Torb isn't a
shout.
fraud.
By the way,
Um,
shout out to a Phoenix Rescue being one of the most fun planets to play and watch, despite being two straight lines.
that's true, but that's why it's so fun, though. I mean, it's so fun because you get to just see the world just be absolutely obliterated. I'd also like to mention from earlier that we're still in German though because of Holostar, and I only want to mention that because once again Spain loses to Germany. Um, anyways,
Explode, explode,
we're
explode,
about to
Tech.
suck explode. I'm exploding. I am grilling right now.
We about to suck they box for the last time. The trigger for command center, and like command center is like two levels. There's the final gauntlet, um, and you have to get to the end. Tor broke the box, I think. Wait,
No, no,
what's
no,
what
no.
actually
It's
happened?
a different setup.
Oh,
He's
okay. I've never
getting
seen this
nanotech
before.
right now. Yeah, my man's about to grill. Hold on, let him cook. But also I hope everyone enjoys sucking the box right now because we about to do it one last time. Then we're gonna fight Nefarious.
Yeah. Usually you have to do this big old gauntlet that has no checkpoints, but the trigger to get into the dropship is right behind you, and yeah.
It's
Finally,
it is
Dr.
kind of
Nefarious.
the yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I was quickly gonna say, this is why we play with what you're about to see is why we play with the default armor. Take it away, Tech.
So because we skipped the Rhino, we're going to use the Nano Pack to die in 2 hits, and it like almost kind of disables Nefarious's AI because he thinks we're dead, even though it's similar to Ghost Ratchet, but not quite because we're obviously still alive. Though we're going to trick Nefarious into thinking we're dead. He's just going to keep laughing at us, and then we're going to snipe him. I don't know exactly how many times, but we're going to snipe him. And because Torp's not a fraud, he's going to buy PDA. He's going to buy sniper ammo with the PDA. That's if he doesn't.
Don't tell the rack government this, but you can actually buy sniper ammo with the PDA. Do not tell any Polish Ouya runners that though. So yeah,
Before,
by
yeah.
the way, congrats to Scotto on not getting invisible walled on hideout, and also King DDD is spreading misinformation. I expect nothing less from a Kirby villain. Also, GG to Torb, that was a pretty good run. He sniped the Biobliterator 16 times. Um, yeah.
Yep.
So
GG Torb.
yeah. Now, next up is Ratchet PS4. While we wait for Scotto to finish, I'll get off commentary. I'll commentate until the end of Scotto's run. Um, I just wanted to say shout out to the Ratchet PS4 boys because the bounce are now being made available for everyone. Just it's awesome. I'm happy for you guys that now your game's like the game's been made even more accessible. So I'm not
I
gonna
was
talk too
gonna
much.
say, yeah. I was gonna say
Go
bye.
first.
Peace.
Yeah, texting. I'm gonna stick around until Scotto finishes, just so I can drop my GGs for him. Chat. I
Right.
feel like we've really gotten to know each other over the course of these past 3 games, so it's been an honor commentating. God damn it, Torb. Um, Hi Yugi.
Play.
Mr. Brick, that's me. Let's see.
We're having a bit of trouble with player at the moment.
In that case, I'll keep commentating on Scotto's run then.
Yep.
This is the setup for the CC boxy that I was expecting, which is just a shock cannon weave to the right, and then using the boxy like instantly, not whatever Torb did. So as Tech said earlier, because we used the Rhino for a trophy to level smash, we can't Rhino bomb Nefarious anymore, which was one of the bigger troubles with routing Neffy. But we have this solution, so
Okay.
as Ratchet
We have. Sorry,
Yep,
sorry to cut
sorry.
you off. Players
No, I was
just
gonna say, I
started.
was gonna actually say, like, take it away, Mob.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the commentary. We are going to head into Ratchet and Clank PS4 NG Plus. Player is just had a bit of delay there getting his run started, but that's okay. We are starting on Veldon, very, very typical place for a Rack 1 type run to start. But unlike Veldon in the original game, you will see that there is a lot more terrain around here, and player is darting around doing something called a sizzle boost to get up to the top rocks here, and then jumping down and shooting that dropship. That dropship there is a free trigger for quote unquote Veldon 2, which is a night version of Veldon. If you can make it over there and destroy the dropship, that enables a trigger for Veldon 2 whenever you change your difficulty, which acts as like a restart checkpoint type thing, like you saw in Rift Apart. And that takes us pretty much to the very end of Veldon Night. That skips an entire Clank section in the entirety of Veldon Day as well. It's a very deceptively tricky piece of platforming that you'll see Devil Snake do over here as well.
By the
Players
way,
also.
I just wanted to say GG to Scotto on finishing his run, and with that, I'll see you later, chat. Take it away, guys.
Oh, good. You blink and you miss it, but you did just see the player shot a protoclast in the distance. It seemed like it was, just for swag, but that actually destroys a box in the distance that overlaps some dialogue it usually plays at the very end of Velden, and it just saves a bit of time over waiting for the mechanic to talk about the dialogue. Oop, Dion having some trouble there. You'll see that he's opening the map. That is a sizzle boost that only happens on PS4, weirdly enough. If you open and close the map or pause menu extremely quickly, that'll give you more height out of the sizzles, and that just happens to be necessary to make it all the way up to the top of the rocks. And as you'll see, a bit of a difference from the Rack 1 run is that player went up to the top of the pumping station to see the plumber. That, in this game, gives you the Kerwan coordinates, not the Iridia coordinates. But you also need to rescue the mayor to give yourself Iridia coordinates, as that planet is in fact necessary in this game, unlike in Rack 1 where it's optional if you're able to skip it.
And also in Ouya.
Yes, true. Yeah, this is the only game with mandatory Iridia. You'll see that player did a difficulty switch there to go back to the start of the bridge. That just skipped a cutscene, which is unskippable and takes quite a while. It's quicker than waiting it out.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to the restarting checkpoint in the RA run, where you just use that to get back to, wherever the last checkpoint was, and that can usually skip some stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you go.
I was going to say now we're going to the 7th Kerwan in this relay. That's all I was going to say, actually.
That's all right. No, we were finally we were teased. Not only like nearly 4 hours ago, we were told there were 7 Kerwans, and now we are finally here. Our journey is over. This Kerwan is a bit different to the rest. We actually have a ship sequence in this one. One of the 2 ship sequences we do on this run. So the first half of it is just destroying dropships, and there is a particular order you can just destroy them. There's 6 of them that spawn, and then afterwards, player will be magnetizing up some bots to shoot at the warship. So you'll see here, this is actually a bit harder than it looks. I remember when I was running and learning this game, like actually controlling the dropship and getting the correct cycle on this is harder than you think. You'll see here on DN's side, he is just clearing out enemies, which is just necessary to get the trigger. As is the case in NG+, using the Rhino and the Warmonger, very reminiscent of Rift Apart. Really the best 1-2 combo alongside the Protoclast. And players got it. Yep. All done. Alrighty. So normally you would expect Kerwan to be as it was in Rack 1, right? You go to the top of the level, you ride the train, you get the info bot to Eudora. Eudora's not in this game for one. But in this game, you are able to, strangely enough, hit buttons from a distance with the Protoclast, since that seems to act as an interactable object. So what we're going to do is shoot a Protoclast all the way down at the owl area, and then hit the button that is next to it that normally opens and triggers a cutscene. After that, we'll be introduced to a mechanic called the Screen of Death. Absolutely incomprehensible mechanic. What player's going to do is throw a Groovatron down, and then he's going to collect a Raritanium at the exact same time that the Groovatron levels up. And that creates a blue flash. It moves Ratchet ahead several triggers, teleports him right next to the ship for some reason on Kerwan, and allows him to enter the ship menu and go to the next planet because it gives you the coordinates to Blarg.
Yeah, pretty much what you would expect would happen if you were to throw a Grievitron next to a Raritanium.
Yeah, no, I mean it's pretty typical stuff, you know, elementary. Don't ask for an explanation of this trick because I truly do not understand why that particular interaction happens, but you know, it's one of the great miracles because that saves about 2 minutes, from what Devil Snake was saying in chat earlier. I don't know the exact timing on it. In Iridia, we're gonna go up to where the Hydro Displacer normally is, except there's a twist. At the very top edge of Iridia, there's leftover debug triggers, I would call them. So at the very top here, you see there's a triangle prompt, and what that does is it completes pretty much everything on Iridia, including giving you the coordinates for Rilgar. So that skips doing the entire Skid McMark section. It skips doing pretty much everything on Iridia, just in general. But all it takes is just that little bit of tricky and precise out-of-bounds platforming. And that's where most of the meat of the run is just getting really, really good at doing your platforming sections correctly. You'll see Devil Snake is going for a little bit of a slower setup here, although much safer and much more recommended in a relay setting.
The Iridia thing wasn't there. I know there's more like debug triggers on the first version, but I don't think that one was ever. I don't think there's any version where that's patched out.
The ones surrounding it were, but the one in the center is never patched out. The one surrounding it was briefly used for quicker hoverboard, but there was a workaround for that, thankfully. So it's still good on the latest version to run AGB and stuff. You'll see again another screen of death on player side there. You might have been thinking you saw the Raritanium in the center and thought, hey, why don't you just like shoot a rocket there and get your screen of death immediately? But in fact, that Raritanium in the center of the room is where the Predator launcher normally is, and that piece of Raritanium works very differently to the ones that are scattered throughout the game. So you need to hit an enemy over to the one below the sort of ledge there for the screen of death to work. Otherwise, nothing happens. The game operates as normal. Player on a very good pace here, all things considered. And Devil Snake hasn't had any slip ups other than the sizzle at the very start. He's really been hauling, trying to get closer.
You might also see a few times the players turning off their controller at the start of a load. That's because that will that'll bring up the menu at a time where you normally wouldn't be able to, and then you can just switch the difficulty and skip some of the the intro cutscenes where you just have like the ship landing on the level.
Yep. And thankfully, it also works on the PS5 version. Very thankfully. The one downside is that every time you do that, you do need to menu back on your infinite ammo and fast mode. We should probably explain fast mode a bit. So there is a cheat option that changes the speed of the game, and you might think, oh well, fast mode, that's pretty boring. That just makes the game faster. But actually, it allows for higher height jumps and certain jumps to be makeable a lot easier, or even possible at all in fast speed compared to normal speed. So one of the interesting parts of the AGB run is that you need a certain amount of gold bolts in order to turn on that cheat in the first place, and then the run gets opened up significantly differently from the any percent run past that point. Here on Gaspar, you'll see both runners are going over to collect some brains. This is just a very typical collectathon type thing, you know. A little bit of verticality with the jetpack once you unlock the first 10 brains. But this route, I think this is the route that I made actually a couple of years back that player's doing right now. But all you need is 10 for the jetpack and then another 20 to unlock the coordinates for Battalia. But that's not all on Gaspar, because the intended order is to get the grind boots first to grind over to that section. But since you can use invincibility and fast speed to get over to the scientist quite easily, you can skip the grind boots. However, you still need them for the very last section of the game in the deplanetizer. So what player does is uses the jetpack to get over to that section quicker, and then just activates the enemies, and then using the tripads here, you can get the grind boots.
Yeah, and if you don't get the grind boots here, and you forget until the end of the game, it is very annoying to try and go back to Gaspar to get them.
Yes. Yeah, it is allegedly possible to beat the game without grind boots. I still don't think I've seen a video of anyone doing it anyway. And I do believe it is possible, but it's something that will lose several minutes since the very last grind section in the run is a gigantic horizontal tunnel that is about a minute of grinding. And you think about how slow you are while just long jumping. It is not very fun.
So here we're gonna see.
You go.
Okay, here we're gonna see a sort of swing shot storage, which did briefly make an appearance in Todd earlier, but here basically we attach to the swing shot from a distance, and that lets players swing under the rocks there, and then just barely swim up to this cutscene trigger here.
Ooh. That was very close.
Yeah, you really like. You do not have a lot of space for that. Like you'll. I'm pretty sure you always like die when you hit that trigger.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, he did die like a little bit. I thought it was a little bit too early, but he did manage to make it out pretty unscathed. Speaking of screens of death, in Battaglia on the version 1.0, in version 1.0, there is a easy to access screen of death where you just walk into a particular area behind where the gold bolt is, the first gold bolt in Iridia, the shack. That was patched out because casual players were finding that way too easily. Luckily, the extra terrain on Battaglia is just positioned correctly enough for you to do some platforming over. Although it's a lot more precise than it looks. There is actually a death plane right where player's going to land, about half a ratchet length away from his landing point here. That'll kill you. So there is a element of precision when it comes to that high jump. And then again down here, we need to make it all the way up to the turret, and then do a difficulty switch. Just to make sure everything's, all the triggers are in proper order. DN here, going for the swim in air. There you go. And also similarly to Rift Apart, you can auto hack puzzles with the Trespasser. And of course, we're dirty cheaters. We love to auto hack. We don't know how to solve anything. The one commonality between Rack 1 and PS4 is that the turret section is probably the bane of every speedrunner's existence. This is also slightly RNG dependent, depending on where the ships spawn and all that. You need to kill 7 of them to charge a single turret shot, like turret laser, to destroy one of the big drop ships. There is a lot of practice and skill involved in making sure you can actually aim this turret correctly. And then after a certain point, there'll be some that'll spawn in front of you, like the helicopters, to shoot you. Hasn't happened to player yet. In fact, player's gonna make it out. Ooh. Just barely gets them on screen. Pretty nice turret section.
Yeah, this has been a very good run for player.
Just the one snowman's get fail, and that's about it.
Yeah.
DN now on the turret. And we have to take this taxi back. There's no quick platforming back. We can't really make it back through the way we came. Nor can we load the game like we could in Rack 1 or anything to make it back quicker.
Yeah, that is one downside of having like difficulty switches or like restarting checkpoint is that you can't ever just load back to the start of a level. You're kind of locked into a checkpoint usually.
Yeah. Very big difference to the original games in that department. And again, Rift Apart suffers from the same fate, but at least that has wrench boosting, which allows you to sort of get anywhere you want a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, not having the best turret section here. He's been robbed of a lot of those shots. So now player is on Quartu. Normally this is quite a long section with a huge Clank section and then some jetpack and a boss. And they have tried to prevent you from going underneath the level to reach the endpoint quicker by making one of the like most unnecessarily big death planes in the series, I'd think. But luckily, they have also made inexplicably this bridge completely solid all the way to the end. So with a lot of long jumping, about 30 seconds of long jumping, you can drop down under the death plane and then glide over to the final trespasser, which miraculously is the only thing you need to complete Quartu and get the coordinates for Deplanetizer.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy in this game how much out of bounds terrain is just solid, even though it doesn't really need to be for any reason.
Mm. As you can see here, like he's just going to glide straight down, and some of that weird white texture there isn't solid, but most of it is, and you can just hack from underneath. That is also another miracle because there is no consistent clipping method in this game either. One of the few rack games where you just really can't clip at all. You are really at the mercy of the way the terrain is designed in order to either clip you out or just navigate around. Deanne putting up a very valiant effort. Anything can happen on Deplanetizer, especially on Victor, if player gets like really, really bad RNG, but we'll see. Also, it turns out if you just like go straight up, you kill all the dropships that are shooting at you immediately, and that spawns in Vector. Alright, we are hoping that this is a one-phase Victor. Yes, it is. Much, much easier on NG+, but sometimes there can be a slip-up in a missile. Now we are on to our first true Clank section of Rack PS4 after skipping everything else. Unlike Rack 1, where Clank is very heavy, not very maneuverable, in this game he's a bit lighter, and his gimmick is that he can change Gadgetbots into different types, like Springbot, which is used here to clip out. Again, this is one of the few opportunities to clip out of bounds using the Springbot here, but as Ratchet, you're pretty much out of luck. So we'll see here. He's going to try and put the Springbot down, clip out of bounds, and then spring out to this very, thankfully, well-positioned piece of out-of-bounds terrain, and then go straight to the end of the Phoenix section here. All you need to do is just land in this particular spot, and that turns on the water generators. Alrighty. Player is now on the very last split of the run. And DN is exactly one Phoenix behind him. If there is a failure of Deplanetizer skip here, that could even the stakes quite a lot. But we will have to see. So normally in casual playthroughs, you have to go through Deplanetizer once, then you get sent to Klebo 3, and then you go back to finish the job in Deplanetizer 2. Most infamously, this glitch was patched out, skipping from Deplanetizer 1 to 2. But after a couple of community members sent emails and requests to bring it back because of just the sheer absurdity of making a trick like this actually function, casual players couldn't really do it. You'll see here, since we have no Clank, he does some strafe jumps, some sizzles, and then makes it over the invisible wall that separates these two areas. And after you kill the enemies that are behind the wall, that activates the trigger for the Quark fight down here. Player does a really swag, like just step on and jump. Oh, he got it. He didn't think he got it. Yeah, that elevator there. You have to step on it for a certain period of time for it to actually go down and the death plane below to despawn. Jump off too early and you just die, and you can't jump off if you're too late. So a little window there that he just jumps off on. Here you can't really see it, but there is a mechanic called Rhino pumping, where if you hold L2 and then fire during this phase, you shoot out a lot of Rhino shots immediately at Quark instead of just the drip fire that ramps up to a full blast. And that makes the fight a couple seconds quicker. And now we are on the home stretch.
Yes, this is the final nefarious fight, the fifth one. And yeah, I think from this point it seems pretty unlikely that Megacorp will come back, but there's still a minute or so to go, so we'll see what happens here.
God. This is an astoundingly close, like, the amount of lead changes we had in this relay. Like, really props to Gadgetron for pulling this out. And as we're done here, as you can see, you really need the grind boots for this, but this final fight is definitely a cakewalk with the Rhino. So after a few seconds here, we will be done with the run. And after all that prelay work, Gadgetron has the last laugh. And they even the series for 2024 with their victory. And that's time.
There we go. GG to Gadgetron.
That is fantastic. Amazing work by player in that run. That was near flawless, really. That was
really just very solid.
Yeah, no, there was barely anything that was out of anyone's control. Like, everyone was playing well beyond the schedule that we set. Like, I am amazed at how people brought their A games to this relay. And that's 2 years in a row that we've had, super A game tight relays where it doesn't really matter how good your PB was.
Okay, is that
That's good.
okay?
Well, as I was saying, thank you very much to everyone who has watched the relay, and thank you very much to the runners. Many of them are European and from America who had to stay up very late or wake up very early to participate, but it was well worth it because every showcase we got was absolutely perfect, absolutely even. And yeah, I'm just very happy that we managed to have another successful and very close relay. I cannot complain with that.
Yeah, really, just a very good showing, and also
As-
Gadgetron run.
Yeah, Gadgetron won. You know, Gadgetron needed a W this year after Ferk completely annihilated
Well,
the relay.
well, after. I mean, I think everyone knows the prelay. That's just that's the warm up. I think the main event is the relay. Really, the prelay. Yeah. This doesn't really carry the same weight. I think
No.
Gadgetron really took the main W. Yeah.
5 weeks of runs or 4 hours of runs. It's like you got to weigh it up. It's like the $25
Yeah.
and the $50. Like
Yeah,
the
like
prelay is
the prelay.
$25. I mean,
Yeah, the
that's
prelay is
respectable.
like the prelay is hit finding door skip, but the relay, that's worth something.
That's worth something. It's worth its weight in gold. Thank you very much again to everyone. We will be posting announcement and also the results in announcements in a bit. But I think with that, a very special thanks to Fireproof Nas, who in this past week has set up everything for this stream and spent his afternoon going back and forth, making sure everyone's got their stuff together. And without him, we would have no relay, and hell, probably no prelay. God bless Fireproof Nas.
The prelay is all Yugi.
The prelay is all Yugi. I mentioned the Slot Master. I mentioned Nero. We have to pay respect to him and his 364 points. All right, are we good to go? Should we host someone? Is any runner streaming?
That's a great question.
No.
No.
There's a there's board plate streaming AI Ratchet. I don't think anyone else is.
Ah, darn. Is
If
there a
anyone wants
Jack
to go
runner?
live right now, then you could earn yourself 37 viewers.
I'm not supporting host baiting. We're not doing it.
Ah, how
Not
mean.
in the year 2024.
Righto. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for sticking around for the relay. We will see you next year.